Hello, everybody. Hello, welcome back. Ooh, audio issues. I hope those don't persist, and I hope they're not in the recording. Either way, hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are going to be doing some more work on slates today. For any of you who were down for Thursday's stream, we got a lot of work done. A lot of work on Vulkan. We ended up actually fixing the audio synthesis engine at the earlier part of the stream. Excited to do some more work on the visual side, though. I want to get some more triangles on screen. I want to actually draw some textures, like all sorts of cool shit we can do today. Let's get into it. Vulkan. We're going to be working on Vulkan today. Woohoo! I'm excited. We got some very, very good progress, as I said, on Thursday, and I'm very excited to proceed with what we have today. Not that much to chat about here in the interim as well, so I think we could just kind of go straight into it. Vulkan, woke as hell. Exactly, precisely. You're absolutely right, Julia. Right. Without further ado, that was almost the wrong screen. Hello, here we are. For some reason, it was desktop capture, but it was a very outdated screenshot of my desktop capture. Very, very strange. I don't need Signal open. Let me close that. That's gonna be unnecessary. There we go. Woke Vulkan. Exactly. Right. Yeah, Itinerary today I think is mostly going to be rendering stuff. I have amazing progress. For anyone who wasn't here for all of the stream or just didn't catch it, I do not blame you. That went on for like 6 hours. That was not the plan. That was supposed to be a 3-hour stream. This right here is supposed to be the 6-hour one, because I want to get at some really interesting stuff tonight, and it's probably going to involve me spending a lot of time on it. Let's see where we're at right now. We have a fucking triangle. That's right, baby. We got a triangle right here, right now. Triangle time. I'm excited. Now, we do have some problems. This is not a perfect solution. Notably, all of these errors that appeared in the background, I would like to not have these. Now, these are less errors. They're more Vulkan validation errors. So they're like warnings, but we really should adhere to them. One, because I just don't like warnings in general, but also what is merely a validation error on Linux is something that could just outright not work on another platform. Notably, I had been working on a Vulkan project on my... Let me move this a little bit. I was working on a Vulkan project on my Mac. I think it was this. Yeah, it was earlier Slate, I think. I pulled it over to my Mac, and it just straight up would not run. And that is because Molten VK, I presume, is a lot stricter when it comes to Vulkan validation issues. So we absolutely need to fix these. So, oh yeah, I should say hi to everyone. Yeah, of course. Hello, Dagger. Hello, Robbie. Hello, Nell. Hello, Julia. And hello, Rin. How is everyone doing? Hope you're all doing very well. So, let's see here. Now that I am a lot more well rested and not in a time crunch, let's actually read through these errors. Validation error on a VKQ submit. Well, we only have like one queue submit, to my recollection. So we already know where to go there. That's great. What is the problem here? Of the submits, which is probably coming out of submit info. Okay, we can dismiss that. P submits, is that, hold on. Oh, wait, yeah, because it can be an array of submits, of course. So it's in the submit, P signal, semaphores. So render finished, it's complaining about this. It's being signaled by VQ this, but it may still be in use by VK swap chain KHR. That's interesting. Brackets mark the last use of semaphore that in a presentation operation. Sure. Swap chain image 0 was swap chain image 0 was presented but was not reacquired. So VK semaphore may still be in use and cannot be safely reused with image index 1. Vulkan Insight, see this for details on swap chain semaphore reuse. Examples of possible approaches. Use a separate semaphore per swap chain image. Index these semaphores using the index of the acquired image, or consider the VKKHR swap chain maintenance 1 extension. It allows using a VK fence with the presentation operation. The Vulkan spec states each binary semaphore element. Let me turn this down actually. It's a bit loud. This is probably better. Each binary semaphore element of the p-signal semaphore's member of any element of p-submits must be unsignaled when the semaphore signal operation it defines is executed on the device. Okay, yeah, so it's just this semaphore is being used possibly at the time that we are passing it to VKQ submits. They have docs here. I can't promise that they're going to be immensely helpful here because I think I actually just missed something out of the tutorial docs. But we'll see. Maybe we can glean something from this that we learn something from. Oh, we do learn about this feature, VKKHR synchronization 2. I did need this extension. Yeah, synchronization 2. That was very necessary in order to get this to work. It was very upset otherwise. Okay, I could probably expand this a bit so we can read. VK dependency, or VK dependency info KHR. Interesting. Well, this certainly looks more streamlined for what it's worth, so yeah. Simply use the printer kernel module to print out each frame. So much simpler. Of course, of course. That doesn't solve our problem here, unfortunately. It's a swap chain related issue, and that would still be present if I were, printing frames to paper. Okay. Swap chain semaphore reuse. It is very easy to misuse the VKQ% wait semaphore, but luckily, it's also usually easy to fix things by allocating one submit finished semaphore per swap chain image instead of per in-flight frame. The chapter discusses one way to safely reuse VKQ% wait semaphores, the one specified in here. In this context, safely means that the Vulkan specification guarantees the semaphore is no longer in use and can be reused. Since Vulkan SDK 14313, I think that's really close to what I currently have. Hold on. It's really close. Yeah, 313341. Okay, not as close as I thought, but that is still pretty close. The validation layer reports cases where a present wait semaphore is not used safely. Sure. First, let's see if there's something special about present wait semaphores. The essence of Vulkan synchronization and synchronization in general is ordering. In Vulkan, this is done by waiting for signals, polling, etc. The entity we wait for must signal a status change or provide a query mechanism. For example, VKQ submit allows you to specify a fence that will be signaled when a workload is done, and the application can wait for the signal on the CPU or host side. VKQ submit can also signal semaphores which are waitable only on the GPU side. Ah, is that the difference? Fences are CPU blocking, semaphores are GPU blocking. That's interesting. Okay. VKQ present KHR is different from the VKQ submit family of functions in that it does not provide a way to signal a semaphore or fence without additional extensions. But I am using VKQ submit. Oh, and VKQ present, actually. But it was complaining about the submit. Yeah, it only complains about the Q submits. Also, these appear to be the same validation error, so I think fixing one will naturally fix the other, and then we've only got this tiny one to deal with here, which is destroying semaphores. But that's checking if it's currently in use. So again, if I think if we solve this problem, it naturally solves this one as well. That's the hope anyways. This means that there is no way to wait for the presentation signal directly. It also means you don't know whether P-wait semaphores are still in use by the presentation operation. If a KQ present KHR could signal, then waiting on the signal could confirm that the present queue operation has finished, including the wait on wait semaphores. In summary, it's not obvious when it's safe to reuse present wait semaphores. The good news is that there's a simple way to guarantee that the presentation operation has finished, though less direct than an explicit wait. Acquiring the image index on VK acquire next image KHR and then waiting on its semaphore or fence guarantees that the previous presentation operation that used the just acquired image index has completed, which includes the wait on P-wait semaphores, so the corresponding semaphores can be reused. That sounds like the key, yeah. You can probably see that there's nothing special with reusing present wait semaphores safely. Call VK acquire next image KHR to get the image index. Wait on the semaphore from VK acquire next image KHR in one of VKQ submit batches. You can also wait on the fence, but that introduces an additional hosting point. After the wait, it's safe to reuse semaphores. Why do so many apps get this wrong? The likely reason is that even a small deviation from the most obvious way to synchronize things, use signal, I wait, adds enough complexity to make things not obvious. And if something isn't obvious, even if it's simple, it's easy to miss. That's very fair. Clicks on Ari before heading out to buy food. Ah, she is selected to perform CBT with an audience. I didn't know that wasn't against TOS. Vulkan is nice. People always hate on Vulkan because it's like super hard and complex. Yes, it's more difficult at the beginning to get off the ground than OpenGL, but the things you can do. And from what I have heard, I have not personally maintained a Vulkan project long term. This is my first, so I can't tell you from my own anecdotal experience, but from what I've heard from other people who do talks on this stuff, once you've gotten this craft out the way, it's really not that bad. And if you actually understand how some of this stuff works, you get to understand it so much more, where you kind of naturally end up not running into problems quite as often. That's the hope anyways. A common mistake is applying a buffering scheme based on the number of frames in flight, such as double or triple buffering, to present wait semaphores. Often, to synchronize with in-flight frames, the application uses a VKQ submit fence. By waiting on that fence, we know the corresponding command buffers and other frame resources are no longer in use. However, the Vulkan specification does not guarantee that waiting on a VKQ submit fence also synchronizes presentation operations. The reuse of presentation resources should rely on acquire next image or additional extensions, will be mentioned at the end of this article, rather than on VKQ submit fences. But the things you could do, yes, you could also do a lot of things with Scalpel, sometimes requiring debilitating amounts of trucks. You're just a Vulkan hater. You're a Vulkan hater. We don't tolerate Vulkan hate around here. Vulkan's nice. Honestly, if you're gonna chide me for using Vulkan, chide me for using C. I could just be like, if I really cared about making a game quickly right now, I'd just be using Godot. But I'm in C because I enjoy it. Shun the non-believer. Shun. Right. Here's pseudocode that demonstrates a common issue. And yes, it often works with specific drivers, but this violates Vulkan specification. Yup. Okay. So this is bad. Waits on the frame fence. This allows to reuse frame resources, but this does not include presentation resources. Warning, this code uses current in-flight frame index, yeah, to get unused submit semaphore. Okay. Usually the assumption is that if we wait on the previous frame, then submit semaphores are not used by the queuePresent from that frame anymore. That's not necessarily true. I kind of understand what that means. Hold on, let me just ponder this for a second. Assumption is that if we wait on the previous frame, then submit semaphores are not used. Oh, but that isn't necessarily true. Okay, interesting. Right. Is this our current problem? I don't know. Do we do that? Hold on. We have a present complete semaphore and a render finish semaphore. Yeah, wait, hold on. This seems kind of reasonable here, looking at this. So we wait on present complete. So I presume that's the previous frame. On this queueSubmit, we then signal render finished when that's done. And then on the queuePresent, we wait on render finished. Yeah, I'm kind of struggling to see what the problem is here. Well, we don't have a signal here to wait for. Or a signal to... Yeah, we can't signal something off queuePresent. That's interesting. Submit semaphore may still be in use by one of the previous presentation operations. Okay, hold on. So, yeah. queueSubmit with signal semaphore. That's render finished. Let's just submit semaphore. Okay. And then we wait on... Okay, it's a different name, but the same thing. Render finished. That's that. Yeah, because it's... We're waiting for the render to be finished. That's a reasonable name for it. queueSubmit is when we actually submit our whole queue of operations, if I understand correctly. And then we just present the frame. But we wait for this render to finish. Sing, thank you so much. Oh my god, 6 months. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. That is so cool of you. Thank you for sticking around all this time. I love Vulkan, but I recognize a mountain when I see it. Oh, okay, don't get me wrong. It is a mountain. I'm not going to say it's easy, but it's fun. And I'm here to learn. I could do OpenGL and I would have had this done in an afternoon, but that's not as fun. And then I'm stuck with OpenGL cruft. OpenGL does have some weird cruft to it. 300 lines of code for the most recommended minimal example of painting a triangle. It's a bit... I wrote my own microcode for the N64 GPU. So, you're completely wrong on that one. It's actually at 1.2 thousand lines of code, I'll have you know. Let me have a look here, actually, with record command buffer. Sure, do we do some semaphore stuff here, right? Only when creating sync objects, apparently. Yeah, okay. We just don't reference that outside of the Vulkan file. We might have to move stuff around. This definitely needs refactoring anyways. Like, I don't want this much Vulkan stuff at the higher level of my program. I really want these to be encapsulated. Like, most of this, almost guarantee you, is going to be just like the same shit all the time. This could just be dumped into like a VK render abstracted function or whatever, much like how all of this software rendering stuff could be dumped into a, you know, render software stuff function. It absolutely does not need to be there, so that is the intent. More code equals better. More code equals more control, which is subjectively better, but I prefer that, so... Don't get me wrong, I'm not negative in the slightest. I, for one, love the return of people going hog wild and understanding exactly what the GPU is doing instead of guessing. That's what I'm saying! I want to understand my hardware. I want to be able to do cool things with it. Okay. Yeah, so this is absolutely the problem that I've got. Now, I'm not sure about the frame index thing, though. Because we do... where is it? Acquire next image. And we get, yeah, VK image index is used here. We do set this somewhere. Actually, yeah, I think it's just like in this function. Or not. Right. Is it next frame? No. What was it? Present image or something. Transition image layout. No, that's not it. Okay. Oh no, that is just like a raw Vulkan function. Yeah, that so needs to not be there. Yeah, and then we pass in image index. Yeah, we acquire next image. Yeah, but we don't just bump it. We do actually fetch it from... Wait, no, we do this. Well, hold on. That's weird. Let's try something real quick. Let's do this. Let's see what that gives us. That's gonna spam the fuck out of us, to be clear. But it should be informative. Yeah. Okay, it's... Oh, that's not a consistent pattern at all, though. Yeah, 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0. Like, it flares between these a whole bunch. Occasionally hits 2. I guess because it's triple buffered, and if we're just rendering frames fast enough, we probably don't need the buffer, but... Hi, what is this? This is my handmade game engine called Slate. It is fairly light on features at the moment. It is very early stages right now. But it's supposed to just be my little game engine where I implement all the features that I want, ideally as much by myself as I can, and hopefully I'm able to make a game with it. It's a fun learning project. I've done hobby OS dev. I am not one to talk. Oh yeah, I've written a kernel as well. Operating System in 1,000 Lines was the book I was following for that one. That was very fun. I'd like to come back to that project at some point. Honestly, not quite sure why understanding things is good actually is becoming so much of a hot take to some people. I thankfully haven't run into someone explicitly like knocking back against understanding things is good. But I guess I have had pushback if I'm saying that's absolutely what you should do. Because sometimes you don't need to go that deep. Sometimes the higher level tooling that we have is actually fine, and it's not going to be the end of the world. But it is nice to know what goes on under the hood. I've barely done programming, so this is basically black magic to me. Yeah, it's also graphics programming, so you're fucking in for a wild ride. This is a whole other realm. Okay. Very simple to fix the above code by allocate semaphores array based on the number of swap chain images. So I don't think we're doing that. We don't have an array of submit semaphores. We just have one. I guess we could do that. Yeah. Or index, I assume, or index this array using the acquired swap chain image index. Oh, no, this is actually an and. All right, I guess, yeah, so we have our swap chain images. We do store how many of those we have, right? Yeah, and swap chain images. Okay. And it's when we create our sync objects. So for create info. Oh, we don't provide any information to this. Flags. What might these be? Signaled or... Okay, well, that's not particularly useful. Okay, so there's kind of nothing of interest to go into here. Yeah, I guess we could just iterate through these. That's an option. Let's see, Slate, VK, and swap chain images. That is a uint32t, so just for completeness sake, this will also be a uint32t. We are not going to hit the unsigned 32-bit integer limit worth of swap chain images. I fully recognize that, but it's not a terrible habit to have, to match your resulting loop types and whatever. Ooh, I missed a couple chat messages. Let's see. People got generally mad at me whenever I say you should be mad at things for the right reason with regards to reactionary people. I won't go into detail, but we had a whole fucking conversation in my personal Discord earlier today. It was a civil conversation. But we did get onto the subject of, like, yeah, when people echo opinions, but they don't necessarily understand those opinions themselves, they're just kind of like parroting it. That's like always a problem. There's rarely a time when that's a good... No, I actually just cannot think of a time when that's a good thing. I think you should either know what you're talking about or don't talk about it. That's my stance. Or at the very least, just be candid that you don't know what you're talking about. That's a lot better. I would much prefer that. If you can be honest and say, hey, look, I'm not an expert on this, I don't really know, then fine, say that. And then, like, maybe say what your assumption is. That's it. Otherwise, I don't want to hear a fucking word at that point. You should not be speaking. You should hush, stop talking. No more. That's my big take on that. Know your shit. Graphics programming is basically dropping to your knees and begging the API to do what you want. Not really begging it. Well, maybe with OpenGL because it's higher level and it's a little more difficult to control. Like with Vulkan, as I've said before a bunch of times, it is harder, as in you have to write a lot of extra stuff, but the stuff you've written is like extremely explicit. You get so much control over what's going on, and if it doesn't do what you want it to do, it's because you told it to do the wrong thing. So you have to go fix your own stuff. I much prefer that. I mean, yeah, of course, high level is also good sometimes. Like, there's a reason we have C and don't just push out assembly. Exactly. That's why we have functions and not just jumps and go-tos. But skimming down the responses on Hacker News to Mitchell Hashimoto's SIMD blog post was generally kind of concerning. I guess that's Hacker News for you. I don't read Hacker News, and I'm happier in life for not doing that. It's I don't know that much about Hacker News, but from all that I've heard about it, it sounds a lot like if 4chan and Reddit had a baby and they were a tech nerd. That's kind of what I get. It's a trade-off between not having to figure out edge cases and speed. And more speed equals more room to do cool stuff. We have a super wide array of hardware right now, and they all have peculiarities. With certain tools, you can just hit compile and send it to someone and be fairly sure that it just works. Yeah. That's why we have graphics APIs that are like common, mostly common. And we don't just go like, you have to write NVIDIA shaders. No, that would be fucking horrible. I'm sure NVIDIA would love that today, but no, that would be horrible. Yeah, it's like low level isn't a bad thing. High level isn't a bad thing, but you pick the right tool for the right job. Exactly what Tango said. Yeah, of course. Am I insane or is there a bunny occasionally flashing from one frame? Okay, so there is a thing whenever I like drag and select stuff, for some reason it does flash my desktop. Yeah, you just saw it there. I am so sorry. I don't know why this happens. It's really fucking annoying. Yeah, I've got no earthly idea why that happens. I'm sorry. Low level still has its merits, and learning some stuff about how the low level stuff works will make you a better high level dev. Yes. I wholeheartedly agree. You can totally write in high level, but as long as you understand what's going on at the low level, you could just write better high level code. Oh, I don't either. Someone just pointed me specifically at that bus. Yeah, figures. True. Go-tos, come back to me when you've had to use come froms. I've never heard of that, and I'm scared now. You know this wouldn't happen? An IDE? How do you know that? You don't daily drive Linux. You have no... This could be a display server issue. Entirely possible. Anyways, okay, so for each of the swap chain images, oh right, I'm gonna have to change Slate here to be, yeah, for the semaphores. That's just gonna be an array. Draw fence, that's CPU blocking. We don't need multiple of those. I don't think, anyways. Yeah, so Slate's VK present complete array is going to be... We'll do an SDL malloc. I was using non-SDL stuff before, but I've turned a leaf. I think I'm going to use the SDL provided stuff here because it doesn't require glibc, and or it doesn't require C standard library, and you never know, that might be a huge boon for us in the future. Size, this is going to be size of whatever fucking VK present whatever is. VK semaphore, my bad. Yeah, size of VK semaphore times slates and VKN swap chain images. Cool. What's in VK semaphore? It's a handle. This is going to be such an easy allocation. No problem. Cool. And we do that. And I guess we just index. Yeah. Cool. I don't like how long this line is, so I am going to drop it down. Whoops. And while I'm here, I'm just gonna say index. I've become a little bit less of a fan of just using I blanketly as an array index. I don't know. It's a vibes thing. You don't have to copy it. It's just what I personally do. Gonna do the exact same thing for render finished now. Yeah, that's really just gonna be bap and bap. And that's render finished. We have to do this here as well. Great. That should hopefully be fine. The way I'm wondering, do I need a pointer to that? I think... Oh no, I do apparently. That's interesting. Right, because they're just handles. Yeah. They're basically a UN64, I believe. This seems okay. We have some very angry code after this. Ah, right. Yeah, if not null, then we just iterate through these. Index equals 0. And we're gonna do index less than slates, VK, and swap chain images, and index plus plus. There we go. Apologies, still getting used to this keyboard slowly but surely. And I can just do this, yeah? I can just do this. Perfect. Exactly what I wanted. We'll do this here as well, to be honest. Whoops, not what I meant to do. Render finished. Hats index. Great. That tidies up Vulkan C. I need to tidy up in main.c. So, what's cool is we can now use Slate's VK image index as our index into these. So now we should never run into these issues. At least I really hope this is the solution that we want, because otherwise this is a total waste of time. Cool. Do the same deal here. Maybe not there, though. There we go. And over here. Okay, let's see if it works. Hey, look at that! Oh, what the fuck? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no! Where'd it go? Ooh. That's unfortunate. Okay, bad solution. That just froze the whole application. Okay. Maybe I should have read that example a bit more closely. Oh, frame fences. I guess we do want to do that then. Okay. Oh, you do still manually increment it. What? Oh, shit. Oh. BK acquire next image KHR. I do not think automatically increments the index for you. Or does it? Wait, what? Hold on. There's frame index and then there's image index. Huh? Can't we just use that value to track it? That's so weird. Why? Okay. Tell you what, I will experiment with this here. We'll do frame index and okay. Acquire next image, KHR. Provide the swap chain. An acquire semaphore, which I guess is present complete. Huh. Yeah, that's interesting. Is this still going, by the way? Okay, that's actually just a problem. Go away, please. We're good. You're good. Oh, yeah, there we go. Well, that was upsetting. Okay. Wait for draw fence. Where else does this get used, actually? You wait. You reset. Q submits. That occupies the draw fence. Gotcha. Okay, so we kind of just dump all of this stuff to the GPU so that the GPU can handle its own thing, and then we continue with the rest of the application because that's officially been offloaded. But when we come back around to the render loop, we do need to actually wait for that fence to come back. That's fair. That seems reasonable. Yeah, okay, we're probably going to need to make that an array then as well. That seems so strange. I don't recall that being mentioned in the tutorial I was following, though. Maybe it's something they bring up later, but I am trying to, like, see how much of this I can actually intuit myself, you know? I don't know. Draw fence index. Cool. And then up here, we have to do a similar thing we did a moment ago with this for loop. Oh, that did not copy the right thing at all. Oh, no, it just made it lowercase. That was not what I wanted at all. Cool. So we do this, and kind of similar to before. Drop these down so it's a little bit more readable, because I kind of don't like how it is right now. And index. Oh, might want to, yeah, draw a fence, add that index. Cool, so now we have our fences. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. And then, yeah, frame index is the thing that's like out there. Tell you what, let's do this. I don't think this matters, by the way, here. Because we don't even use SDL present. I think it's all Vulkan here, because Vulkan's handling all the rendering stuff now. So let's do VK fence. We'll do draw fence. And that will be equal to Slate's, where did I go? Here we are. Slate draw fence at Slate's brother. Yeah, we'll do frame index. And I will arrange that in a second. uint32t keyboard frame index equals slate. Yeah, just frame index. Nice and easy. Just saves me a little bit of writing, you know. You seem unhappy. Ah, that's why you're unhappy. That makes sense. Cool. So now we can just, you know, work with that draw fence, and it's only the one that we'll ever have to deal with. And while we're here, let's do VK semaphore. Which one is this? Present complete. It's going to be a similar deal. And render finished. Again, similar deal. Yeah, you got acquire and submit semaphores. Which is, yeah, those are reasonable names for that, for what it's worth. You need a pointer to that. Wait. Wait for fences. Frame fence. Huh. Maybe that's just part of the C++ API's particular, or sorry, yeah, this is just C++ API. Or this might not be? Oh, it's supposed to be an array of fence. Right, but I only have the one. So yeah, just a pointer to that is okay. That's no problem. Cool. And we will reset the fence. Similar deal. Now, I get to do some interesting stuff here. Cool. Is that fine? Yeah, that is fine. It doesn't need to be a pointer. VK acquire next image. You use pointer to image index, which is actually pulled off of acquired. What? Hold on. Ah, right. Cool. I'm sure there's a reason that we're doing it like this. I'm just gonna write it, and then I'll see if I can figure this out. A reason why we have a separate frame index and image index. That was not entirely clear to me, but I suppose it wouldn't hurt to actually declare this over here. We're actually going to use it. Same with render finished. That there be over here. And we will do this. Sweet. We have our draw fence. And we're, again, gonna just ditch these because we don't need them. Nice and easy. Oh, you're not happy with that? Oh, render finish has to be... Oh, right, because we signal it's up here. Yeah, I do need that sooner. Cool. We have our command buffer. We just do that from record command buffer. That makes sense. VKE begin, record, and end. Yeah. For what it's worth, that is batched into its own thing. And that has transition image layouts, which is... Oh, wait, yeah, because record commands. Right. Okay, okay. That's fine. That's all fine. Yeah, it does its thing. No worries. And then we have our submit info. Index submit semaphore with the acquired swap chain image index. It's the only resource in this example indexed by image index. All other resources, including acquire semaphore, are indexed with a current in-flight frame index. Oh. That's the only point where we use that. That's interesting. Okay. Sure. But the rest of these are fine? Current in-flight frame. Yeah. Our acquire is frame index. Our render finished is image index, which we got up here. That's... I don't entirely understand why, but I am sure that there is a very good reason for it. Alright, command buffer, submit info stuff, that's fine. Yeah, because we provide our command buffer and that's all good. Our submit semaphore, that's render finished. And then we wait on submit semaphore, which is render finished. With our swap chain, pass in the image index. We leave results as empty. That's fine. It's already 0 initialized. We don't have to set it to null explicitly. And then we bump up frame index. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. Number swap chain images. Let's see if she works. Or crashes. Oh, more. Oh, and a crash. Oh, man. That's so tragic. That's very unfortunate. Rats. It's less stable than when we started. That's not a good sign. Begin command buffer on active VK command buffer before it is completed. You can check command buffer fence before this call. Oh yeah, because we're waiting on the previous fence, aren't we? We do that. We wait for fences. Huh. Yeah? That's so bizarre. I'm not sure what the solve is to this. You know what I'm probably gonna do? I'm gonna go back to the original guide that I was following, I think. using Vulkan. No, this is like general guide. I'm looking at Vulkan tutorial. Yes, here it is. Vertex buffers. No. Drawing. Frames and flights. No, you know what? It's before this. Rendering and presentation. There we are. Cool. So we're at triangle %, and this is where we were before. Ah, yeah. Unfortunately, you'll see when validation errors are enabled, the program crashes as soon as you close it. And it has to do with semaphores. Okay. To fix that problem, we should wait for the logical device to finish operations before exiting main loop and destroying the window. Ah. Is that it? Really? Hold on. Remember that all the operations in draw frame are asynchronous. That means when we exit loop and main loop, drawing and presentation operations may still be going on. Yeah. Right, and we're trying to clean up resources. Right. Okay. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll put it up here. VK waits idle? Oh, or not? Uh-oh. VK... Oh, man. VKQ waits idle. There it is. And this would be Slate... VKQ, I presume. Cool. Yeah, if Slate's... VKQ is not null. Well, actually, you know what? Yeah. We'll wait, and then we'll destroy these things, because I think these would depend on the queue, for what it's worth. Cool, so we wait idle. The rest of the stuff I think can be destroyed, though. Is that it? Do we even need all this other shit that I just did? Yeah, tell you what, I'm gonna just copy that real quick. Let's do... What's our diff? Wait, ooh. When did I last commit? That probably shouldn't look like that. Yep, okay. There's some changes that I did commit and some that I didn't. Yeah, we got triangle %, but I didn't fucking include the refactor that I did. The slight refactor. Okay. Well, it's still recommendation. Okay, what are these errors? Begin command buffer on active command buffer before it is completed. You must check command buffer fence before this call. Okay. Oh, I think I know what's wrong. Yeah, it'd be multiple command buffers per frame, right? I think that's why. That's fine. Okay, I think I could do that. Image at index 0 was not acquired from the swap chain. Each element of p-image indices must be at the index of a presentable image acquired from the swap chain specified by the corresponding element of the swap chain's array, and the presented image sub-resource must be in some layouts at the time the operation is executed on a VK device. Cool. That's fun. Excited to fix that one. I should probably start making these plural at this point. Okay. Gonna do another for loop in here. And here. Command buffers, index. And when creating these, Oops, that's what I meant to do. Ba, ba, ba. Yeah, probably around here. I kind of want to go to where I allocate this, though. Oh, here we are. Create command buffer. Probably create command buffers, I guess, is what I might want. Yeah. This is fine, and we'll just drop that there. Cool. Have our Slate VK device, allocation info, and it'll be Slate's VK command buffers at index. And we will rename this to be plural. Cool. So that's the initialization taken care of. Right, we do need to specify which command buffer. That's going to be uint32t frame index. That other thing from before, swap change semaphore issue, did it say? Reuse. Actually, no, I do want this here. Your command buffer. Oh, yeah, you have a command buffer per frame. I didn't read that correctly. It didn't mention that in the overview for what it's worth, but yeah, that's absolutely the thing I need. That's fine. And we'll tack that on here too. Cool. And this one here. All right. Where's that last two? Oh, right, this function signature is different now. That's fine. uint32t frame index. Yep, that's gonna be important. And in Vulkan H, we'll tack this on as well. Cool. Now lastly, main is going to complain a little bit, but that is a-okay. So we can just go frame index and frame index. And that should hopefully do it. I hope. Ooh, build error. Too few arguments to VK transition image layout. Interesting. Oh, because I guess I changed the function signature after the fact. That's fair. Same issue over here. Yeah, okay, that should be fine. No more complaints, I hope. Ooh, immediate seg fault. Command buffers is null. Oh, that's real interesting. I think I know exactly why that's happening, though. In create command buffers, did we malloc that array? We did not. We did not do that. That was my first thought when I saw that happening. So, SDL malloc, size of VK command buffer, I guess. Multiplied by slates VK and swap chain images. Cool. What I should be doing here is going like if slates VK command buffers equals null. I should be doing a check for that. And I'm feeling responsible enough right now to actually... Whoops. Shit. I'm feeling responsible enough right now to actually put in that check. null pointer probably isn't the right one. Out of memory would probably be a better error in this case, because I can't think of another reason why malloc would fail. Let's have a look at that error table real quick. Yeah, we'll have null pointer. We'll have out of memory. It's possible it could be another error. I just struggle to think what that would be. Cool. I know we have another null check in here where I do a similar deal. It's right after a malloc somewhere. Oh no, it wasn't a malloc. This was SDL load file issue. We'll do... Wait, hold on. Oh, I have a separate file for errors. Error read file, there we go. And I realize I probably am gonna want string cases for this. Cool. Awesome. Cool. We have our error strings in here. I don't know how often we actually do use this. Never. Oh my goodness! Mercounts, hello! The raid of 12. Hello, raiders. How's everyone doing today? Hope you enjoyed your stream. Hope you had a good time. Hope you're having a lovely day. We are working on my own handmade game engine called Slate. We are currently working on implementing Vulkan support, the graphics API. We're doing some very low-level graphic stuff. It is going reasonably well, for what it's worth. It's looking good. It's looking good. Yes, hello again, everybody. I hope you're doing very, very well. And I hope you enjoy your stay. Right. On those mallocs from earlier, I probably want to slap that check over here. Be able to allocate Vulkan semaphores. And we'll throw that here as well. Totally unnecessary error checking. The chances of this failing is slim to none. But just in case, it does not hurt to check. Oh wait, you got a gifted a sub? That's crazy. Oh, you know what? It might have been like with a bunch of random gift subs being dropped. You might have been a random hit. That's cool. That's really neat. Hello, Marek. Hello, hello. I hope you enjoyed your stream. Hope it went well. It's going well, she says, while it's crashing currently. Hey, I'm learning, though. I'm implementing the fix. That won't be a problem. Oh, actually. Oh, yeah, no, I do know why that failed. That's perfectly fine. Yeah, it's not a problem at all. Draw fences and... render complete semaphores. And present... we'll do presentation. Presentation semaphores and render semaphores. That seems a bit better. They got me. No! It's fine. You don't have to deal with ads. This is great, actually. This is good news. Let me go back again. Okay. Oh, no. We got a crash. All right. That's unfortunate. This again. I don't really get why this is coming up. The triangle! Indeed, it's gray now because this crashed, because I ran into some horrible issue that it is not faring well against, which is unfortunate. Wow, yeah, you really don't want to close, huh? Okay, I'll let you throw a tantrum, and... oh, there it is. Alright, this is present info-kchar again. Okay, we only do use this in one place. Your problem is swap chain 0 image index 0 was not acquired from the swap chain. Oh. Yeah, each element of P image indices, right? Must be the index of a presentable image acquired from the swap chain, specified by the corresponding element of the swap chain's array, and the presented image sub-resource must be in the VK image layout. Oh, I might know why that is. Hold on. Can we double check that sample here again? We use image index, which is what we used for our submit semaphore. Ah. Yeah, that needs to be this image index. Well, actually, hold on. That makes me wonder now. Do we even use this image index anymore? I guess we do. I don't know if it's necessarily important, but... Alright, let's see if that works. Oh god! Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. Let me, fix that real quick. That's not good. That's really bad. We appear to be swapping between a bunch of different frames, but I'm assuming only rendering on one of them? Hey, that's something. It's an animated image, but this is not the animated image I wanted. Oh, we don't pass in that image layout. That might be why that happens. Why? What? How does... Huh. Okay. That is peculiar. I guess let me actually quickly have a look at acquire next image kchar, because I don't think it works the way I originally thought it was. I thought it was just going to acquire the next one in sequence, but this might actually just acquire like literally the next one that is available, which is like good, to be clear, but not what I originally expected. Okay, no, I was hoping for like a link to it maybe. Oh, I don't want Windows system integration. I really don't care about that. Can I get, like, just a function, maybe? Oh, in this component. Yeah, here we are. Vulkan specification latest, fundamentals. VK acquire next image. Okay, a bit annoying I can't scroll down this list, but whatever. This is so strange. Animation! In some manner of speaking. What could this be? Yeah, reference pages is probably what I want. Was I just in the wrong part of the docs? No. Commands. Acquire next image. Here we are. Oh, yes. This is exactly what I was looking for. Okay, API reference. Yes. Retrieve the index of the next available presentable image, but not necessarily the next one in sequence, just the next one available. Yeah, pointer, which is the index of the next image to use. Okay. Yeah. So... Huh. That is interesting. We acquire our next image. Do we properly... Image layout, yeah. That's fine. Frame index. Ah! Hold on. I think that needs to be frame index. Let me find other uses of this, because I'm pretty sure the only index I should be using in here is frame index. And, like, nothing else. Let's try this. Hey! That fixed it! And it doesn't crash! That's a normal close. Okay, good. We fixed that problem. Oh, it is actually still complaining about the image layout, though. That's... Yeah, that's really not good. Image layout undefined to... Hold on. Command begin rendering. Oh, yeah, it's complaining about a couple things. Okay, well, we'll start with present info. Yeah, images passed to present must be in source or... Wait, yeah, hold on. Present source or shared presents, but it is currently undefined. That is odd, isn't it? Because we do transition it to... Well, I think that's the 2 value, right? Old layouts, new layouts would be present source KHR, which is what it is asking for. Yeah. But it's saying it's not. It's saying that it's undefined, which would be 0, which is telling me maybe we're not allocating our frames correctly? But then we would have way worse problems if that was what was going on here. How bizarre. Let's go to create image views. Because that's... Yeah, okay. Uh-huh. Do we ever specify a layout? Are we meant to? I don't know. I don't think we're supposed to do that here. Oh, this is image. Not a whole lot there. Components, nope. What could format be in this context? AK formats, undefined. Well, it certainly shouldn't be undefined. Yeah. Okay. That's a head scratcher. Not 1,000,000% sure why that isn't working the way that I expect it to. Presented image must be in either of those layouts. Let's try and hit this from the top, maybe. This is in present info. We only present in one place. And we provide in P swap chains. That's providing this swap chain. We have one. Images passed must be in that layout. But that image... Yeah. Tell you what I may do. Oh, can I actually query that easily? Oh, wait. Swap chain images. Yeah, that doesn't give me a whole lot. It's... Because those are handles to images. I'd have to, like, spend time querying that, and that's kind of, I think, a waste of time. I was gonna see, could I just, like, print out what the current layout is, but it doesn't seem that easy. Tricky, that. Okay, let's go up a little bit in this example up here, because it's possible I missed something here. Yeah, they only ever create one. They don't create one per frame. Uh-huh. Interesting. That fence is created with signals turn on. Okay, well, we do that as well, so that's not a problem. We do wait for fences. Passing in our draw fence. We seem to dereference it, which is, I guess on, yeah, not on this API. That's fine. That's okay. Whatever this value is, it's true. Wait all, and then a really long timeout. Yeah, that's correct. We reset the fence. Sure. Okay. Okay, and then we acquire the next image. With that, present complete semaphore and a null pointer. What's weird is, oh, right, because it can return a result and an image index, so we have to tack that onto the end. That's fair. So when did you start doing this? Technically, I started this back in May, but it was on hiatus for many, many moons. What I've been doing recently has just been over like the past couple days. I would say the total like time spent on this project has been I don't know, 2 weeks, 1 to 2 weeks. I'm gonna say 1 to 2 weeks. There you go to C++. I like to think I'm decent with C. I'm not a huge fan of C++ personally. Object-oriented languages don't jive with me all that well. And just generally, there's a lot of things C++ does that I just don't really like. Too much like weird language craft that I'm not really a fan of. C keeps it simple, sometimes painfully so. Like, I don't love C either, but I certainly prefer C. I've considered other languages for writing this. This is like my C proof of concept, where it's like, if I can write this in a solid way and it's memory safe, then I'm in like a pretty comfortable position where I can port it to almost any other language and it will run perfectly fine. I haven't done C or C++ in years and I understand. I used to like playing in C. C is fun. It's real nice. Yeah, so we require our next image. That's fine. We have our image index. Okay. And the index of the swap chain image that has become available. The index refers to the VK image in our swap chain images array. We're going to use that index to pick the frame buffer, and then we'll record into that frame buffer. Have you ever tried Zig? I have not yet. I've looked at the homepage for it, and it looks really interesting. It's got a lot of features that I would very much like, and it is still very C-like while doing so. I've thought about it, but I'm not jumping to it just yet. I wouldn't rule it out, but we'll see. We'll see. Oh, for goodness sake. That's supposed to be frame index, or sorry, image index. When we're recording our command buffer, they do use the image index they just got from that. Okay, let's see if that just like fixes those issues. Okay, well, it didn't fix all of them. I think it made more. Oh, it made so many more. Okay. Cool. Yeah, that did nothing for us. Curious that. Okay, well, let's look at this command buffer code. Just double check our work here. It's great I actually have like time on my hands today to properly dig into this, because otherwise I'd be floundering once more. I really don't feel like doing that. Okay. Okay, we've taken our image index. We're gonna make that not frame index and instead image index. Same goes here and here and here. There, and once more. And transition image layout, we should probably do that here as well. Wouldn't hurt. Yeah. Good, good. All good. Very nice. Okay. Let's look at that record command buffer. So first thing we do is we begin command buffer. That makes sense. On this image in particular. They don't pass in a particular image. It's very strange because the validation errors are saying that we should absolutely be having like a separate command buffer and separate semaphores, separate fences for every image in our swap chain, which is fine. That makes sense. Having one for each, make sure that they're all safe and whatever. But they don't do it here. But this guide has so far been very on top of like, hey, even if you don't necessarily understand how this works, this is best practice. And usually it explains as well why it's best practice. So I'm not sure why it's not the case here. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of flags we could use, but we're not using them here. Sure. P inheritance info is only relevant for secondary command buffers, not a problem. Image layout transitions, yes. That's stuff I mostly copy pasted, but should be fine. Image memory barrier counts, and then just one barrier. Yeah, no, that's reasonable. Bed fix, that's delightful. Welcome back. Starting dynamic rendering. Yeah. We start undefined, color attachment optional, color attachment right. And then both of these are color attachment outputs. Those are the same, right? Looks like it. First, you transition the image layouts to color attachment optional. Then, I keep saying optional, optimal. Then we set up the color attachments. That is our clear color to start with. That's perfectly fine. That's going to be RGBA, I presume. We have our attachment info, where we take in our swap chain image views. Yeah. Let's have a look at this function signature real quick. Yeah. I'm looking at this. I don't think we need to... Or maybe we do. Hold on. Transition image layouts. Ah, this is a dirty function. It's referring to state that is elsewhere, not state that is explicitly passed in. That is horrendous. In fact, you know what? Just... I think it's a VK image, right? I believe so. Yeah. Yeah, we'll just have swap chain images. Or, sorry, swap chain image. There we go. Oh no, because we need command buffers as well. You know what? No, we're gonna keep the Slate reference in here. Ah, hold the phone. We're supposed to be explicitly specifying image index. Why the hell is that still using the Slate generic? I should just get rid of that, to be honest. I think this is causing more problems than it's worth. So we're just gonna get rid of it. No errors. Okay, good. We're not referencing it anymore. We do still have errors out the ass, but hey, these are only command buffer related. They don't have to do with our swap chain images, which means, yes, we were not selecting the right one. That's why. How's it going rolling the Vulkan blunts? We're working on it. Like, this looks bad, but this is the same error just repeated over and over. So I think if we fix one, we fix them all. Hopefully we don't introduce a new one. Okay, command buffer must not be in the recording or pending state. That is reasonable. Though I wonder how we end up in that situation in the first place. I wonder. This looks bad. Now, I know that sounds bad. Yeah, no, it's probably okay. This might be a bit of a messy one to clean up, but once that is clean, this should be like... Oh, this has been reported more than 10 times, so we'll stop recording it. Oh my god. Yeah, once this is cleaned up, we'll actually be ready to proceed with doing literally anything else, including refactoring, which I'm very excited to do. But first, we do have to fix this problem. That's still using frame index. That should be image index. That's probably why that's failing. Nope, it is still angry. That's fascinating. Okay. Command buffers. Oh no, you do use the command buffer for this frame. That's... Oh. Oh, whoops. Huh. Wait, but that's still looking for image index. So it does this. That can't be right. It's right. Okay. We fixed it. Hooray! No validation errors, baby. That's what it's all about. Let me just commit everything real quick. Fixed Vulkan validation errors. Awesome. All good. I plan on making a default rendering class that can switch with an enum or something. Kind of deal. Yeah, I do want to make like a Slate renderer abstraction that keeps it like you can configure which renderer it uses, be it Vulkan or software, but at the very top level, it should default to Vulkan if it can find it, if it can make it work. Software is a fallback, but it should otherwise be transparent. Yeah, that's what I would like. It's just at the moment, you know, of course, we're still fairly early on, so I'm taking it easy. OMG, hi, I got sucked into a radio hole and I forgot to stream. How's it going? Hello! It is going good. We just got triangle % without any Vulkan validation issues. I am very happy. I'm delighted. Now, one thing actually I am concerned about, yeah, you can kind of see this here. That is some weird scaling, which tells me we are not actually resizing our images when the window is resized. So we definitely need to fix that. I'm thinking what we have to do is probably just recreate our images, right? That's probably it. We have to recreate our swap chain, most likely. Surface format, present modes. Yeah, we do a lot of querying of stuff here. We have an extent that we provided. Ah, AK select swap extent. And we use our window, where we get the window size in pixels. Oh, wait, so it kind of does this for us, actually. We don't have to even tell it the size. I think we could just tell it to destroy the swap chain and recreate it. We do have to recreate the image views. We wouldn't have to recreate shader modules, I don't think. Graphics pipeline. I think graphics pipeline would be fine as it is. Because that doesn't necessarily attach to... Ooh, that viewport though? No, graphics pipeline needs to be rebuilt, I think. That will be interesting. Yeah, it is weird anti-aliasing. It's... I think it's whatever Wayland... Well, no. I don't know if it's Wayland. I don't know if it's SDL, though, because SDL's renderer is, like, not here. When we're using Vulkan, Vulkan is the renderer. So it's some mechanism is stretching that image, and yes, it does look weird, but I don't know exactly what does it. Okay, pipeline layout. Yeah. Graphics pipeline, okay. Command pools should be fine. Yeah, our number of swap chain images isn't going to change. Not right now, anyways. This will kind of tidy itself up after the images have been reallocated, so that's probably okay. Yeah, render commands here, optionally. Swap chain extends. Okay, well, minimally we're gonna want to update the swap chain because that actually contains our image and height, which is what we're rendering to. Yeah. Sync objects should be okay. Those aren't necessarily bound. I think swap chain imageries and graphics pipeline, I think if we just recreate these, we'll be okay. So we'll try this. Let's do... it's gonna be Slate error. Slates VK handle window resize. So we have our creation stuff here. We want to clean up our pipeline. Cool. Yeah, my friend had a thing where it just stretched. Yeah. Okay. Return Slate app success. This is hopefully fine because we don't actually pass in resolution to this ever. It just pulls from whatever the SDL window currently is. So this should be free as fuck. That is the hope. I think we have a whole thing here as well. Yeah, on window resize. Oh, interesting. We do actually create, we do stuff with the software renderer here. I'm gonna just if slate.renderer equals slate renderer software. That's the only case where you should be doing this. Otherwise, yeah, there's no need. This will also be abstracted into like a handle resize situation. I mean, realistically, yeah, there's going to be like a whole self-contained handling SDL stuff, and then we'll pass in like a Slate update method at some point. Just not right now. Next, we check if it is Vulkan. And in this case, yeah, cool. Though I kind of like how we create with width and height explicitly. Tell you what, I'll poke at that later. Oh, shoot, I just realized something. So we have our function for handling this, and that's great, but we don't actually have it exported in a way that we can read this. So we might want to do that. VK handle window resize. Handle window resize with slates. And we'll do if this is not equal to slates error okay, then we will get very big mad and do we have error checking code here? Well, yeah, create swap chain would actually give us error codes. Yeah, so we don't, or it would give us error logs, so we don't really have to specify much else. This does logging already. We're just going to return 0 if it fails, and that will prompt the program to stop. Yeah, okay, I had a feeling. Attempted to create swap chain views, but the image views array is not empty. Funny that. Ah, wait. Yeah, we free those, but we never actually set it to nothing. Okay, you know, to be fair, this null check is kind of superfluous. We're not going to get this far into the program if we don't have this stuff allocated, so that's probably fine. What was it complaining about? Yeah, the image views array was not empty, so we're just gonna do this. Hello? Which one of these equals? There we go. One of these days I'll get used to those keys on my keyboard. Funky ass ortholinear. Yeah, that's all fine. Okay, less errors. Good. Image views array is not empty. What are you seeing? We set it to null. Fascinating. Create swap chain. Oh, shoot. Old swap chain? Oh, that was put there for a reason, wasn't it? Slate VK swap chain. Well, hold on. Do we even need old swap chain? Because yeah, it could be null, and that's how it's currently been. But if we provide slate VK swap chain in here, it's either going to be null or something that is defined. So that sorts itself out. We don't have to do this. It could just know what its own previous swap chain was. Maybe that fixes it? No. Big, mad, very angry. Oh, because we've deallocated these. We don't want to do that. I don't know if we even need to do any of this stuff, to be honest. We will not destroy this. Probably recreate the graphics pipeline, though. Big mad. Still complaining the image views array is not empty. Maybe we only need to recreate the swap chain? No, but image views does have... VK swap chain images. I don't know about that. Oh, and swap chain image views. Wait, that doesn't even mean it's not empty. What? Okay, hold on. Okay. I'm gonna go back to swap chain. there was a whole thing here where, yeah, we provided that old swap chain reference, and I could have sworn it was said that we could reuse stuff for, like, resizing. Here we are. Old swap chain. With Vulkan, it's possible your swap chain becomes invalid or unoptimized while your application is running. For example, because the window is resized. In that case, the swap chain actually needs to be recreated from scratch, and a reference to the old one must be specified in this field. This is a complex topic, and I'll learn more about it in a future chapter. Yeah, well, this is now, so... The application we have now successfully draws a triangle, but there are some circumstances, and that it isn't handling properly yet. Oh, Spiky, hello! Welcome, welcome. Glad I was able to finally make one of these. Hey, good to see you here. Hello, welcome, welcome. In case you're uninitiated, we are currently working on my handmade game engine, Slate. We've been doing an increase of dev streams over the past while to break up the usual gaming stuff. And this is me doing that. It's fun. Oh, recreate swap. Okay, so wait idle again. Gotcha. Recreate swap chain and create image views. Is that it? That's it. That's the whole function. We don't need to destroy anything. Well, that's good to know. Don't even have to recreate the graphics pipeline. Oh yeah, because we're passing the old thing as reference, so it probably like has that handled. Okay. Great. Can this error? Oh, it can. We don't check for that ever. That's bad. Let's do it like this. Because we don't... wait, sorry. We do use that error elsewhere. VK results... VK results equals that. Cool. And then if VK results is... not equal to VK success, then we get very mad. We get very, very upset. Well, actually, no, we just warn. There's not much else we can do. We're already destroying the whole thing. Why would you do that to yourself? Because it's fun. It's learning. I do this because I want to know more about how game engines work. In particular, I'm doing Vulkan stuff today because I want to learn more about computer graphics. And going from Vulkan is a really good way to learn all of the ins and outs. On the side, I have a software renderer that I've worked a little bit on that works entirely on the CPU. And the other day I was working on an audio synthesis engine that I'm probably never going to use, but is pretty cool. So, you know, it's worth it. All for fun and learning. Okay, let's do Slate error. And we will say, yeah. Whoops. Failed to wait for idle Vulkan queue. And we will do VK. It's some like... What is it again? Some error string. String VK result. That's what we're looking for. And that will be our VK result as value. Let's drop this down a bit. Don't really like that layout. Great. Yeah, we're just gonna, like, throw an error. Not that much we can do here. The application's closing at this point. Now, that said, if it fails here, we have a different problem because this is actually during the runtime of the program. So we do want to return Slate well, it would be like Slate error Vulkan, right? I think I just used Slate app failure because this is copied from elsewhere. Yeah, okay, that should be good. Slate error okay. Ah! There we go. I'm in the wrong thing again. I want to be up at this function. Change that to error okay. There we go. Awesome. Great. Handle window resize should just wait on the Vulkan queue and clean up stuff. Cool. Make sure the old version of these objects are cleaned up before recreating them. We should move some of the cleanup code to a separate function we can call from there. Ah, so there's maybe a bit more to that cleanup swap chain. Okay, that seems fair. Cool. Note that we don't recreate the render pass here for simplicity. In theory, it can be possible for the swap chain image format to change during an application's lifetime, for example, when moving a window from a standard range to a high dynamic range monitor. This may require the application to recreate the render pass to make sure the change between dynamic ranges is properly reflected. Later problem, I don't even have a HDR-compatible display. Well, not on my desk. We'll move the cleanup code of all objects that are recreated as part of a swap chain refresh from cleanup to cleanup swap chain. Sure. Swap chain image is clear. Huh. Okay, hold on a second. Is there a function for that? Or is swap chain image use like an array or something? Okay, it's just free it and then null pointer it. That's fine. But then, suboptimal or out-of-date swap chain. Now I just need to figure out when the swap chain recreation is necessary and call our new recreate swap chain function. Luckily, Vulkan will usually just tell us that the swap chain is no longer adequate during presentation. Acquire next image and present functions can return the following special values, such as out of date or suboptimal. Sure. Oh, hey, they do it here. Present complete semaphores. Okay, so this is a standard thing. It's just the guide I'm going through probably hasn't gone there yet. I am jumping ahead a little bit. If the swap chain turns out to be out of date when attempting to require an image, then it's no longer possible to present to it. Therefore, we should immediately recreate the swap chain and try again in the next draw frame call. You could also decide to do that if the swap chain is suboptimal, but I've chosen to proceed anyway in that case because I've already acquired an image. Sure. Should be handle window resize, then I guess it's recreate swap chain. Yep. And we will yoink that and bring it over here. Just rename that. There we go. Same deal here. Whoops. Recreate swap chain. There we go. This may be way too much work, but is it possible to switch rendering modes mid-running if something goes brutally wrong? So, you know, it would be. I guess the question would be, if something has gone so badly wrong where Vulkan is having problems, would it be worth the effort at that point, I guess? I think that's probably the reason why we don't see a lot of game engines do that. Like, if the main... Because I guess the assumption is, like, the code is supposed to be good, so if something fails, it's a driver or hardware problem. You probably shouldn't continue running the application at that point. But I get what you mean. It would be neat to have, like, a fallback. Yeah. Interesting point. I haven't thought about that before. That is neat, though. Okay. That is definitely good. We wait for the queue to actually be idle. I'm thinking about that more. That is a good call. Hmm. So do we pass in the old one at all? It doesn't seem like we do. Weird. Handling resizes explicitly. Although many drivers and platforms trigger out-of-date KHR automatically after a window resize, it's not guaranteed to happen. That's why we'll add some extra code to also handle resizes explicitly. First, add a new member variable that flags that a resize has happened. The drawFrame function should then be modified to also check for this flag. Okay. It's important to do this after queue_present to ensure that semaphores are in a consistent state. Otherwise, a signaled semaphore may never be properly waited upon. In earlier chapters, we disabled window resizing to enable that. We set the... Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, just putting that back to how it was. And we do a frame buffer resize callback where we... Get our application, sure, and we just set frame buffer resize to true. Ah, I see. Okay, so Vulkan can tell us if the image is out of date, but also so can whatever windowing context we have. Interesting. Wait, is your portable storage drive named SuperSX Drive? That is not my portable storage. That is my secondary SSD that's inside my computer. It's an internal drive, but yes, I do have that. Yeah, it's fucking fire. It's so cool. Tell you what we'll do. We'll add a thing in Slate, I guess. Because, I mean, that's where they're doing it in the application context. We'll do... char window resized. And I guess we could just do it here, right? Like, yeah. So we can do that. And we're gonna yoink this and actually carry it away over to our render function, because this might be a better location to do this. Even in Vulkan's own thing, like this recreate swap chain is happening where queue presentation is happening. So that is very much in the render function. So we probably want that there. Realistically, like, everything in here should not be there. We should have, like, you know, I'm gonna do this now. Graphics render.c. I'm gonna dump this in here, and we're gonna have, like, a void Slate software render. We're going to want a reference to Slate, obviously. And there we go. It is still big mad, but I actually know why it is big mad, so that's fine. We probably are going to want to put in some includes in here. I do not know why I hit that. Include slate.h for starters, just so it has a fucking clue what slate is. This can return a slate error, so we're going to do that. We will add that error handling. Oh yeah, we don't have our, like, vertex stuff. That's tricky. So I'm thinking I just comment these for now, because this is really not how we should be doing this anyways. So I think I am just gonna ignore it for the time being. That's fine. Invert, yeah, no, we're just gonna ignore that too. Just pretend this is completely unknown information for the time being and just not worry about it. Let's do return slate error okay. Great. Cool. So we have that. Well, that should probably actually be over in the, whoops. What are we doing? There we are. That should probably be up here, I think. Let's do... Oh, good. Da-da-da. Cool. Yeah. Wait, what are you complaining about? I have no earthly idea. Gonna ignore that. Unknown type, slate. Yeah, okay. I kind of saw that one coming. Realistically, I think when you import slate, you should just get the error types. This is kind of ridiculous that we don't get this already. Yeah, we're just gonna include that in there. Audio stuff can go there too. Error types should maybe be first. This is all very opinionated at this point. Cool, so we shouldn't have to include that. We just get our errors. Included. Oh, yeah. We can get rid of that now. Cool. So, we have Slate software renderer. Updates? No. Software renderer updates? I guess it's like an internal. Yeah. We'll put it in here. We'll put it in here. Really, dude? Slate.h not found. Oh, right. This is recursive. I was concerned about that. Not ideal. Not ideal at all. Oh, wait. No, this is fine, actually. Because we only really need... Well, oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. This is going to break a whole lot of stuff. That's fine. That's fine. We are still going to include error.h, because that is just kind of nice to have here. But we do run into a problem. And that is render.c. Okay, yeah, Slate software renderer. It's just renderer? Yeah, you use renderer here. Yeah, it's like we don't know if the window's been resized for starters. I guess what we can do is we can extract that up here. That is reasonable. Slate software renderer updates. Yeah, that's something, I guess. Huh? Oh, right. My bad. Yeah, there we go. And we'll just do if that is not slate error okay. Then clearly something went wrong. It's very bad. So we're going to do this. I think actually just returning 0 here is reasonable. I think we do that. Yeah, there's precedent elsewhere in here. We'll just return 0 if render fails. And we probably got an error here. Is there any case where this can fail? Yes. Oh, there are cases where this can fail. Oh. Create surface. Ooh. That is interesting, isn't it? Maybe this is fixable? Okay, no, this is totally fixable. Yeah, because it's just asking for software render. Okay, that's fine. SDL renderer might be a trickier situation. Yeah, I would probably have to... Ah, shit, this is gonna be real rough, huh? Okay, debug code here has to go. I knew that was limited anyways. It's just unfortunate. I was really hoping I could get some more mileage out of that, but I guess not. Yeah, that's gotta go. This surface stuff, I think I will have to extract up here. Yes, we attempt to render update, and then we do presentation. We can ignore all of this. SDL... There's some present thing, right? Oh my god, please. SDL... Present... No. I do not remember what the function is for this. Let me think. Slate render. We do all that stuff. Render presents. Gotcha. That makes sense. Yep, and we do that. Can that error? It can. Boolean. Yeah, okay. I should probably check that. That can't fail. That can fail. Should really be checking this stuff, actually. So hello, Retzender. Hello, hello. Shocked I managed to get back from work, eat, and get to stream on time. So we are at the 2-hour mark, but it's Saturday, and I'm doing dev stuff, so this is actually going to go on for a much longer period than normal. Because I'm having fun. I knew this going in, though. It's all good. Yeah, yeah, so I guess if that fails... Well, we want to destroy the texture anyways, right? Yeah, we'll do that. We'll destroy the texture afterwards, regardless. And if it did not succeed, that's when we return 0. But not before dumping this error out. Failed to render SDL texture. And... failed to present SDL renderer. Cool. We do this. We do that. We do this. We do that. Good. Cool. This is still like a little bit long, but it is much, much smaller than it was before, and that's good. And like the actual software renderer stuff should be happening here. So we do a render clear, we render, and then really that's it. Shit, I guess it is. Oh wait, we do have SDL render presents, although we don't have access to SDL renderer, so actually yeah, we can't do any SDL related commands in here at all. We're kind of barred out from that. Tell you what, we can... Do we not have... No, we totally have this. Hold on. Yeah, okay, we have access to this. hold on. Tell you what, I'm gonna do it like this. Render. Do that. And see how it just stacks across all of them. Ain't that fucking beautiful? Thank you, Vim. Make my life a lot easier. Cool. We'll do our draw line here. And then this, and then that. Renderer. That's gonna be n arrays. Beautiful. So we can actually still draw stuff on screen. That's great. That's really good. Happy with that. Fun in my Twitch stream? It's more likely than you think. Especially over here. We're always having fun here. Most of the time. Yeah. There's not really a case where this does fail, but on the off chance we do have a problem, probably just best to keep that type in. Because the Vulkan render can fail as well. That is worth considering. Cool. Oh yeah, we probably want to do that. That's important. Destroy render. That does free, right? It does. We're good. We're good citizens. We're good with that. We don't free VBO though. Yeah. We don't free VBO, VAO, or transformed verts. So that's a memory leak every time that happens. So that needs fixing. So let's just fix that up. Beautiful. Great. Okay. With that said and done. Well, hold on. When does T-verts get allocated? It doesn't get used. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's actually like an isolated thing. We moved that to function level. That's on the stack. Yeah, there it is. It's on the stack on render. That's okay. It's occurred to me we have a render function up here and a render function down here. That's probably unnecessary. We can get rid of a lot of stuff here. Whoops, not in draw line. What am I doing? Yeah, go into render function. We will clear first. And well, okay, that's where we're actually drawing pixels. Yeah. So we'll do the render clear here. This is fine. Cool. So we don't need that. Set draw color to this. This stuff is all fairly superfluous. We are actually going to extract this though. This can go here, I've decided. Because this is, that's not like render engine level stuff. Oh, STL? No. Slate renderer. Software renderer specifically. Cool. Okay, I kind of hate that now, so let's get rid of this. And this. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's, this is debug. We're gonna say, debug triangle rendering. Debug triangle wireframe rendering is probably a good way to go about this. Slate software renderer. Cool. I was listening to this podcast style while playing Geometry Dash, but I'm going to sleep now. Have a great rest of your stream. Hey, podcast style is the way to go with these streams a lot of the time. Yeah, hope you have a lovely night. Hope you have a good sleep. Thanks for stopping by, as always. Appreciate it. Cool. We don't need software renderer update. That's a total waste of writing anything. Render.h, we can get rid of that too, because that was stupid. We have render clear. We're good. Doing my own DevWorks this stream? Fire. That's so cool. Yeah, so in this case, we just have slate render. And this can't fail? Sure. For now. But yeah, benefit of the doubt. Let's say it never does. Right. Tell you what, I have just received notice that my food is ready. I need food. I need to eat. So I'm going to be right back. Y'all keep yourselves occupied. I'll only be a moment. Yeah, be back. See, you say I might be drinking, but I am in fact grabbing food. I have some lovely barbecue with me right now. Delightful. So give me a sec while I actually go through that, because that's going to be, I don't want to get meat grease or whatever all over my keyboard, ideally. We'll chat for the time being. You want some shit to talk about? Hi, Spiky. Hello. Have I released the Mind Horse? I'm a little terrified by what that could imply. I don't know what that is. I did just see an image hold on, it's censoring names right now, so I can't actually see. Yeah, WebUp. WebUp post in the memes channel on the Discord. Beware of the Vulkan pulp line? Beware of the Vulkan pipeline. Let me pull that up real quick. 1 second. Here it is. The Vulkan pipeline. Vertex input. Vertex input assembly. Vertex shader. Rasterization. Fragment shader. Oh shit, I forgot to clear the death buffer. Oh god, what the fuck is this happening? Very funny. Very amusing. There's a horse living in your brain, and you have to put it on paper. Have you considered drawing a horse with that reference? Oh. I think I have attempted to draw a horse before in my lifetime. Of course, it wasn't particularly good. I've never been great at drawing animals. I haven't really practiced. I've only really practiced drawing humanoid figures or amorphous blobs. Sure, you have a thing up that just says, hey, I'm eating food, because this is like good ass food, and I want to like make sure I finish eating it before I continue. Yeah, but people who can't draw animals make the best mind horses. I am prepared to agree with that. Yeah, that's fair. Food rating? I give at least like a fuck yeah, you know? Yeah, a fuck out of yeah. That's pretty accurate, I think. Well, and here we go. Let's throw on Drop shadow maybe, if I can. Oh, do we have a drop shadow thing here? I don't believe I do. I have to like edit the text, which I can do. Hold on. Oh wow, you do not get a lot of customization with that drop shadow, huh? Outline? No, what the fuck? Okay, that's like marginally better. I can live with this existing. Actually, yeah. Spiky, you mentioned you're doing your own dev work. I'm curious. What you got cooking? Oh, the Mind Horse. Yes. Fucking nay. That's huge. What a beautiful specimen. At first, I did not realize that that was a speech bubble. I actually thought that that was like a tongue or something. Hold on a sec. Let me If I could manage to find the right button here, maybe. Let's do this. No, let's do this. Oh boy, it's one of these buttons. Okay, I might actually just not know what I'm doing. Oh, it's probably this. Oh god. Sorry. I'm trying to press buttons on my keyboard, but it's like a very minimal ortholinear ergonomic split keyboard. So trying to hit like complex binds while trying not to get stuff on my keyboard, very difficult. Don't personally recommend it. Am I just like interesting? Okay, there we go. I found out how to zoom. And it indeed does not work during image preview. That's fine. Whatever. Yeah, here we are. Oh my god. Took all that time just so I could show the horse. Here's the horse. The Mind Horse. Aren't they beautiful? That's wonderful. What a piece. You too can see this delightful piece of art by heading over to the RMLD Discord, just in case you aren't, for any viewers who aren't. I'm pretty sure most people here are, but if you aren't, you can join with this link here, rmld.space/discord, and you can check out the Mind Horse with your own two eyes. Think of the privilege in that. Ooh, working on a personal website. Oh yeah, you asked about that in general earlier, didn't you? Yes, you did. You were asking what I use to host my own. Yes. I remember now. I hope that's going well. I'm curious, like, how you're building it. What kind of what stack? Oh, what keyboard? Let me pull up the keyboard. It is an Iris CE Compact Edition. Yeah, that's what the CE is. My bad. I can show this, I think. Yup. Here it is. This thing. I specifically... Let's see if I can rig this out how I got it. Keep in mind, this was not cheap. Oh, okay. It's the white polycarbonate. What's a good, like, example image? This is pretty close. Yeah, in fact, yeah, this is basically the keyboard that I have. And I have it color-coded to green. I have it like a nice bright green to match my brand color. So it's very cool. I'll see if I can find a photo of it as well, because it is quite cool. Where might I have stored that? Oh boy, I have no idea. That would take me way too long to find, and I want to finish my food. Yeah, it's a really cool one. Again, was not cheap, but it's cool. I'm still getting used to it. but my wrists are thanking me slightly. My mind is not. I do type slower than I used to while I'm getting used to this. And then I'm currently hosting on... Oh, I'm learning 11T because I've heard good things about it. What is 11T? That's new. Never heard about that in my life. Ah, it's a static site generator. Ah. That's cool, that's cool. My website probably should be statically generated, but I decided I want to be a huge fucking nerd, so I built a whole crazy Go backend with a database and everything. Totally unnecessary, but it was cool. Oh, since you're planning on making an art portfolio site, that's cool. Currently hosting on pages.gay, though I might move it somewhere else because I'd be bad at hosting a ton of images on there. Yeah, probably not. That is cool, though. Hope that goes well. RE Space Girl branded ortholinear split keyboard when? Ooh. I don't know. I feel like if I were like a huge, like I'm a keyboard enthusiast, but to the extent of, hey, I have this really cool board that I like a lot. But other than that, I don't think I'm like big enough into it where I'd have a branded keyboard after myself. I wonder, can I pronounce that correctly? Deirdre Wrathful, hello, welcome, welcome. Welcome in. I am eating food at the moment, so apologies. We will be getting back to writing code very soon, hopefully. Oh, the only reason I know of it is because Veronica Explains uses 11T for her website. That's so cool. Maybe I have heard of it then, because I remember watching a Veronica Explains video talking about her website, but I don't remember 11T being mentioned. Interesting. It's also just Twig / Jinja 2 plus a bunch of nice JavaScript stuff. Neat. I'm a big fan of it's a very different type of static site generator, but oh, balls. I actually don't remember what it's called. One second, I know where to look, though. This one, this project, that I can't show you right now, but I can pull up the link for it. Because I want to pull up... It's there's like an internal documentation thing that we've got for a project of no particular descript nature. And yeah, we have like a documentation repo for it. And it's it is statically generated. We write it all with markdown files. And then that gets generated to a nice pretty site. What do we use for this? DocMD, that's what we use. Yeah, we use DocMD for that. This thing. Markdown is documentation, one command, no framework. It's pretty nice. I like it. One of my favorite features about this is that it has search, right? But the search is local. There's no backend to it. Essentially what it does is it generates a massive like index JSON, and then the search uses the index in the JSON in order to provide links to like everything. It's so nice, and it's still really small. And yeah, I can confirm it builds pretty damn quickly. It's nice. I like that a lot. No compromise on features, but still keeping it very, very light. Big fan. Big fan. Got an ortholinear Hack 70 and a non-ortho split 75 keyboard from EPOMaker. Got to review the ortho one, but too busy right now. That's fair, that's fair. Oh, Aridoodle keycap? Okay, no, I get that. I understand. I get the vision. For work, I use Django, which is very nice. Sweet. Though I have a feeling it being Python-based would make a large number of other software engineers yell at me. Hey, I mean, if it works for you, I definitely am not a huge fan of Python, but I have heard people make very successful applications using a Python backend, so it can't be that mad. I write Java at work, like... I've used Sphinx in the past, but that felt super duper clunky. Never heard of Sphinx. A lot of stuff I haven't heard of. I want to say you could do stuff like the search in Levity also. Oh, hopefully. That'd be very cool. You could just do that out the box. Or at least with some config. My condolences, forcing someone to write Java is some sort of war crime, I think. The code base is like a decade and a half old, and it's like long-term maintenance. It's actively developed software. There is new features going into it, but like, do you want to be the person to rewrite that decade and a half old code base in a new language? I didn't think so. So we have a lot of old craft in there, but it's stable enough. Well, sorry, I should be clearer. The software is actually perfectly stable. It's actually a very resilient piece of software. Like it'll handle a lot of shit. It has been built quite carefully. It's the build system that tends to be on the jankier side. You have so many build problems. But we make do. Oh my god. I just saw your attempt at the mind horse. That's fucking crazy. What the fuck? That's cracked. I would have, like, forgotten how the legs go because, again, I just don't study horses. I could draw it like this if I studied horses, but I don't study horses, so it would not look like that. That would be crazy. I's application I need to maintain for work that was written in Python 2 with GTK2 in 2006. Holy. Okay, I see what you mean. Or at least we're running a modern Java. Okay. See, the problem is their front knees go the opposite direction. Wait. Do they? I don't know, this mind horse is looking reasonably accurate. To me, anyway, to my eye. But again, I don't study horses. See, Badar, you work for a sensible company. I work for the American federal government. So, first, my condolences. Two, congratulations on not getting laid off. I think I work for a fairly sensible company, for what it's worth. Yeah, it's a tech company, but it's not like fucking startup-y tech company. It's decent. 2025 was rough. Yeah, I figure. Oh yeah, a lot of web stuff are like Java and PHP only. A family member asked which one they should use for some office libraries, and they chose Java because the devs refused to use PHP. Good answer. If you have to pick between the two, I would pick Java. If I were allowed to offer another alternative, I love Go for web backends. That's what my website's written in. Go, I feel, could be as ubiquitous as Java for modern backends. It's really, really nice. It doesn't have quite the ecosystem grunt of Java, for what it's worth, but it is still really nice. I'm technically a contractor, though, so I'm pretty safe at least. Amazing. The contractors are safer than the full-time employees. I may or may not work for a certain American space agency. Who's to say? Who's to say? I mean, there's so many of them. Yeah, that does make it quite difficult. Yeah, don't worry. I'm keeping kind of tight-lipped on my own workplace as well. It's not even, it's less fear of docs. It's just I don't want to mix this work with that work. Those are two separate things as far as I'm concerned, and it should stay that way. Better for all of us. My opinions do not reflect my employers and whatnot, and I certainly don't want them getting that impression. This is good-ass food. Unfortunately, I'm eating it slower than I would like because I am, you know, chatting, but I want to make sure you're not just, like, sitting here to nothing. Auto mod, bro. Good thing I'm here. Although it doesn't help that my office uses Discord for work chat, so I'm just in there as a gay-ass sheep lady. Not having a like company Discord account, a business Discord, is crazy work. I commend your bravery. I could never, because I want to be able to make funny sex jokes in my Discord status. Oh, we have Teams also. We have Slack. Like, I don't know why you guys just don't have Slack. If you're writing software at a company, Slack is usually the way to go. Terrifying. See, Julia knows. Oh, Slack isn't allowed, but well, you said the name. Isn't allowed because they haven't paid the federal government enough money. Oh, I love business deals. I love business deals. Yeah, I remember when I started my internship, not furry dog here. Yeah, Julia. Of course, of course. I remember when I started my internship, we were in the process of migrating like HR suites or whatever, and it was such a nightmare. Like, I got my work badge like a month late, so I got my laptop a couple days late. So, like, I went to the office for the first day or so and I just had nothing. Well, no, not first day or so. I couldn't go in the first day because I didn't have a computer. Went in the second day to then set up my computer. Java Clover, hello, welcome. But yeah, we were migrating. It wasn't great. So thankfully that is now wrapped up because that was my internship. That was like last year, but that was a pain at the time. And I think the rationale behind that was the business deal just wasn't as nice with the existing company, so they switched to a different one. I have a love/hate relationship with C. I love C. C, my beloved. I have problems with C as well, to be clear. But in terms of like really low-level compiled languages, I mean, I haven't explored the more modern ones just yet, but it's pretty good. I admire it. To be fair, we're not technically supposed to have an office Discord server. Yeah, because imagine Discord's not paying them for that either. Oh, starting the pandemic. Crisis bequeath change. Haven't been told to stop using... Oh, no. Well, as long as it's convenient, hope it sticks around. God, I could never mix my work accounts with my personal accounts. That would kill me. My workplace does not need to know what I get up to at midnight some nights. We'll ignore the fact that I have a... I have a config set up on my... It's only on my laptop, I think. It doesn't happen on my PC. where whenever I have Obsidian running, which is my note-taking app, I have it open all of the time, Discord registers it as me playing Honey Pop. So my Discord will just say I've been playing Honey Pop for like 13 hours straight just because I had Obsidian open. My college friends could see that, but that's fine because we were college students in tech. Like, it's funny. People would ask me as well, because I take my college notes in Obsidian as well, of course. So people would ask me, like, Ari, are you playing Honey Pop while we're in a lecture? Sometimes I actually am. It's funny. Tried to make a basic-ass program in C and completely failed with types. And I somehow mostly get Rust types. That is impressive. Getting Rust types, but not getting C types. I must know more about that. I'm very curious. Alright, you gotta make your IDE sets. It is OS or some other similar game. So I guess the trick there is my IDE is my terminal, which, okay, to be fair, I could set that and that would be amusing. I think at some point I just turned off game activity though. Just like privacy, I guess. People don't actually need to know what I'm doing all the time. Even on Steam, I'm usually marked as invisible, just because it's like, here, look, if I want to invite you to my game, I'll invite you, but otherwise you kind of don't need to know what I'm playing. We'll ignore the fact that sometimes I'm playing an adult game. That doesn't matter. What I do in my own home is my own business. Oh yeah, I have also a game activity off because work Discord. Oh god, yeah, you especially should have that disabled. Yes, I agree. Very good idea. Well done on thinking ahead on that one. Good answer. In this house, we support smut gaming. Hey, this stream has a sexual rating for a reason. Like, this isn't expressly sexual. Like, I tend not to do that for streams, but like, this is okay. While the ticker text beneath me says "plap plap plap, get gifted." Okay, whatever. But yeah, you know, I want to be able to make jokes like that and like not worry about it. And as long as I have that tag, I think I've done the most I can to, you know, keep my stream safe and responsibly disclosed and whatnot. Play Kerbal Space Program exclusively when it's on. Oh, that's actually huge. That's amazing. That's a really good idea. Someone's got to get a kick out of that. You'll know you have real ones around you if you said it's a kitten space agency and they say, yo, sick. That'd be awesome. All right, last part of this barbecue. I am eating a burger, and then we get back to the code. I am excited to write more Vulkan. You think I'm underestimating the average demographics? How many of y'all are like that one furry that got accepted into NASA and started like just like fucking everyone off on Twitter? The next youngest person in my office is 40. Next youngest? Early 20s. Okay. Yeah, so like, what, everyone there is mostly older, right? Well, they basically stopped hiring interns. Most of the young people left because of the train wreck that was 2025. Most of the older folks left also. So it's like me and a bunch of middle-aged people. So they might be old head enough to get Kerbal Space Program, but unless they're actively playing the game or like interacting with the community, they probably don't know about Kitten Space Agency. Like if they watch Scott Manley on a regular basis, then I guess they probably heard of it. I mean, Scott Manley certainly watches them for what it's worth, so... Middle-aged furry club. As far as I'm aware, none of my coworkers are furries. Token sheep girl just hanging out. Thankfully, me being trans in my workplace has been received pretty well. Been very little comments. I've discussed transness briefly with someone who interned with me, so they were in like the same college year as me, so they would understand the youth trans stuff more. Most of the other people on my team are quite a bit older than me, but they've all been very respectful. I mentioned to my manager up front because when I was interning, I didn't have my like full government ID sorted out yet. I was in the process of doing it. That's what was happening, and I had to tell him, it's like, hey, look. He asked me, my manager, hey, can we get photo ID, proof of work, proof of eligibility to work? And I was like, I can give you that, but could you wait a little while until my new ID comes in with my new name, please? Because I had my old name previously, and I had to explain to them up front, it's like, oh yeah, I don't go by that name anymore, and I'm actually in the process of getting it changed. So, but it's super receptive to that, not a problem. Has called me Ari ever since. Everyone else in the office, well, they've only ever known me as Ari. There were difficulties with pronouns at first, but I think that's just because I didn't exactly make it super public. I think someone told them something at some point, though, because all of a sudden they went from saying he all the time to, without me prompting, were saying she or correcting themselves quickly after saying he. So I think someone spoke to them. Big ups to whoever did that, because I definitely did not feel comfortable doing that at the time. I didn't want to start a conversation. I was still kind of fresh into it. I think even now, it's like just having that conversation could be a bit of a pain in the ass. I'm so glad I'm not a furry. Sure, Julia. Of course. I haven't even gotten to the silliest part. There was a bunch of organizing on Signal at the start of 2025, and I've become good friends with a lot of folks from different parts of the agency. And there's a chat where people share art and projects they've been working on, and I post my furry art there. That's huge. Also, Julia, that means some NASA employees have seen the puppet girl I made for you. That's so cool. That's awesome. We're taping Julia's persona to a satellite and sending it up into space. I want to change name and gender legally too. I hope you're able to. Thankfully in Ireland, it's pretty easy. You have to fill out a form. It's like 2 pages. Half of it gets filled out by a lawyer. You just gotta be there and they sign it off for you. The lawyer I was with did it for free. It's fucking awesome. I guess because it was such a short inquiry. You send that off, you pay some money just for the cost of a new passport, and you pay some extra money to get your birth cert renewed, like updated with the new name, and it's done. Wait, you're also Irish? Or am I schizo? No, I am. The accent throws people off, I'm told. I have a very American accent, but I am Irish, yes, indeed. Born and raised. I'm just on the spectrum and have echolalia, so I picked up American voices from all the YouTube I watched when I was younger. Julia, at least 5 NASA employees heart reacted to your puppy girl. That's so sweet. That is delightful. What a bunch of bros. I got a plan because gender change takes a few months, but name change is fast, so I gotta time it out to get 2 IDs. Yeah. In Ireland, thankfully, like, you literally fill out a gender recognition certificate application. Like, it is specifically for transgender individuals. You fill out the new name, the new gender you want, you send it off, you got your passport. It's fantastic. It's so good. Took a couple weeks. Nothing. Most of the time that I spent waiting was me being too scared to actually send the thing. Because I was still babby. Poor thing. Your accent has grown more American over time? From faint memory, I can recall you sound more Irish around other Irish people. Yes, I do. Which is why you probably have remarked that, because I sound American pretty much to every single person I know online. But you met me at college, so I was around a lot of Irish people, and my voice does get more Irish when I am around Irish people. Yeah, let's go Ireland! Woohoo! It's proud of Marin. Okay, yeah, my voice was also wildly different. This is true. Yeah, back when we first met, she didn't know. That makes me think, though, actually. Hold on. Because then we re-met on Fetty, I remember. Which was... What a crazy fucking quinkydink that is. But you would have recognized me, or I would have recognized you, one way or the other. So you would have at least seen my, like, name and avatar change on Discord. So were you still in the college Discord at the time? Voice training, so you sound American. Also, just info dumping people about being trans in all the Signal chats all the time. That's awesome. That's so cool. I could believe it if you told me you grew up in the US with Irish immigrant parents. Yeah, no. I'm technically half Irish, but I am born and raised here. So, I have that. I emerged from the Rust compile mines. Seems you still eating? Yeah, I'm nearly done this burger. I got like 2 bites left. I've just been chatting as well, so it takes a lot longer. For what it's worth, I think it's like what, a half-hour break? That's okay. It's about as long as a break I would normally take for jamborees too, I think. Main language is Swedish, so my English is that obvious Swanglish accent plus Australian plus British plus US plus Canadian. Oh god. A melting pot. From IRL, I got your GitHub username. Oh, wild. So you picked up Ari Melody from that, or? And I got your website, and from there I found an early use of Ari as an online presence. Aw, sweet. That's cool. Yeah, that was still early. Yeah, I would have come out at that point, but yeah, it was early for sure. Other fun work thing, I came out as trans like 2-ish years into working at NASA, and all of my coworkers are super duper sweet and supportive. I'm honestly surprised that I haven't even gotten any weird trans questions. That's so cool. That's so fucking cool. I would not expect that to happen at SpaceX, dude. For what it's worth, as I understand it, there are a lot of SpaceX employees that are just like, they're just really fucking passionate about the job, but hate their boss. Which, sure, on a cataclysmic level, I get that. That is a relatable enough situation for a lot of people. But I would wonder. I'd be nervous about that one. That is so cool. To take you back years away, you were discussing a funny project around generating IP addresses. The IP address generator. I know exactly what you're talking about. I think I still have a build on my PC right now. Well, when I finish this burger, if I don't remember, remind me, because it's such a silly little thing. It's really funny, though. That was my first Go project. I had never written Go before. That is not an appropriate use of Go, but I did it. Oh, boy. I want to get back into handwriting code. My current internship has me basically outputting AI code way too much. Oh, no. I'm so sorry. Yeah, that sucks. I've lucked out so nicely with the job that I've got right now. Like, they're receptive to my identity. I get along with pretty much everyone on the team. There is AI used there, but it's not enforced. It's just strongly encouraged. Like, and it pays well. Such a good position. It's fucking crazy. I am very thankful for it. Pretty passionate about the job, but hate their boss describes 90% of NASA at this point. Oh, right, because it is government owned. Whoops. Yeah. It also takes me back years to the point I was starting to out myself to IRL friends, but I spent my time in college being shy and basically came out to everyone the next semester. So you brushed past the last bits of me IRL boy moding. Yeah, thank goodness. Yeah, you saw me right at the tail end before I finally just came out to everyone. That was fun. Is that the same for everyone? I don't think everyone hates their boss. I don't hate my boss. I don't hate my, like, do they say line manager if it's, like, right above you? Because, yeah, I get on with him. The boss of the company, like the CEO, I mean, I don't know the guy, so, like, seems fine. He's a CEO, so whatever. I mean, my internship is only 3 months and the deliverable size is large enough to be impossible without AI, so technically not required, but if you don't use it, you won't get a return offer. Ouch! Fuck. That's miserable. Oh, my future job doesn't force AI, but by the time anyone would want to hire me, it is likely blown past. Yeah. We could only hope the sooner that AI bubble pops, the better for all of us. For sure. Absolutely. I feel like I'm generally losing the ability to code and want to do more personal projects for sure. Yeah. And it sucks because, like, I have used it at work, right? Because it's been so strongly encouraged. I'm like, okay, they're talking such a big talk. Let's see. And I am just woefully disappointed every single time I use it. Every single time. It's so disappointing. Like, what a nothing burger. It's slightly better at doing, like, grep, I guess. Like, it can do a sort of conversational grep. But, like, that's it, really. I haven't found that much more use in it. It's very boring. I like my actual boss. He's pretty nice. Sweet! I think we both had 6+ months of courage. It had been less time between us finding each other again and being like, oh my god, you too! Yeah, if I had come out, like, a year earlier, I'd say we could have even fucking hung out for all I know. Because that immediate, like, oh my god, wait. Yeah, the fucking, the Spidey sense, I thought I was the only one. You're like me. Ooh. One second, I'm gonna finish this food first. Ari, would you accept silly Twitch emotes if I made you some? I am very intrigued. Yeah, I'd be very curious to see what you have. That's for sure. I can't promise necessarily, but I've seen enough of your art where I would certainly consider it. If nothing else, they would be extremely cool, and I would be very, very grateful for them. Actually, wait, forgot to mention. So we actually have like enough artists posting in the art channel, and the thing is, the art channel in Melody Chord was actually supposed to be a fan arts channel, but because I'm not at that scale yet where I necessarily have a deluge of fan art, there's zero fan art in there. It's just people's like personal art, which is perfectly okay. In fact, I'm actually going to make the most of a situation, and I'm probably going to make a separate fan arts channel. I think that's probably the way to go. So let me actually, let me duplicate channel, and I will call it fan arts. Probably just use the same icon. Oh, sorry, icon for now. Cool, fan art channel. Yeah, so if you have fan art, that's where that would go. If it has something to do with me, then that would be good. Arya making you fan art right now. Let's go, baby. Ari Burger. Oh my god. There's a couple that I want to make. So for reference, this little goober. Hold on. Where is she? Oh, right, because this is in like a different scene. I need to sort out this stack at some point. This goober, the Blinky Goober, Ari Sip. This is my own emote, which you probably recognize from my profile picture on Twitch. I think that's my profile picture on Twitch. It is my profile picture on Twitch. We're good. We're good. Yeah, that's an emote that I drew. I love my emotes. In fact, actually, yeah, pretty much all of the emotes that are currently available are drawn by me, except for the Let's Go emote and the Sippy Cup one. That one I did steal from somewhere, but I don't remember where, tragically. Oh, wait, sorry, there's a whole bunch more. Sorry, I didn't look at all, I just looked at popular. Yeah, okay, there's an art style between mine. You could probably tell them apart. The Ari Doodles and the little green top Aris, the green shirt Aris, those are all mine. And the Box Girl one. Yeah. You know what's so cute? Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to redraw the smug one. I don't like how that came out in hindsight. And I want to draw a giggle emote because we don't have that yet. A giggle and like just an out loud laugh. Both would be very, very good. Art stream in the future wouldn't be off the table. I have been, not recently, unfortunately, because I broke my fucking pencils. They're all like pencils I had from years ago, and they all fell at some point, so they're all broken internally, and it's really hard to draw with pencils that are falling apart on the inside. But I have been trying to develop my art style. I want to do more anime style is the best way I can describe it. That's not going to affect my little goober emote style. That's still, like, I'll keep that as is, most likely. But certainly for, like, full pieces, I'd be going for that more new style. Yes, of course I miss this. I'm currently happy inside my egg, still getting stuff figured out. Yes, agreed with Spiky, yeah. That is perfectly okay. If the egg is comfortable, then you may stay. But if at a certain point, like, everyone eventually decides to leave the egg, and that's not necessarily saying, oh, you will come out one way. Like, maybe you decide it's actually just not for you. But everyone eventually makes that decision. Or at least everyone should be able to make... everyone should be allowed the opportunity to make that decision on their own in the future. It's very, very important. So yeah, absolutely, take your time. And you will have the support here, of course. Whatever you choose to do with yourself, with your life, your identity, that is a-okay. Oh, you absolutely could have, and I absolutely got the Spidey sense about you even before knowing about it. You could have also seen very awkward me first girl moding. I think I did kind of notice that, because I think you were closer to that than I was. I was still very much in a phase of this was like a complete fucking fantasy thing. Like, sure, other people could do it, but it wouldn't work for me. I was in that fucking mindset. Fun fact, I did go around girl moding while in Ireland in places. I was sure I would bump into nobody else. I was utterly clueless. Coding using AI takes more time to most things if you want to be satisfied with it. Used it sadly when it was early on before it got big. Yeah, I think a lot of us experimented, right? Like, I was even fucking around with, to be completely honest, I had fucked around with like image and music generation with that shit before when it first came out. And a bunch of us were like gathered around going like, whoa, this is like crazy shit. This is, wow, technology. And then I think it was a while after that, it started to unfold how exactly these things are made. And that was like, that learning of how the sausage is made was like death knell for the AI, anything AI, for like 99% of people that I know anyways. So only a few bits of code on now abandoned web projects, yeah. I've even, for shits and giggles, I've attempted more recently. It's like, okay, let's see if I just ran a local model, to be clear. I am not paying for cloud models. No, absolutely not. But with local ones, I've told it, like, oh, you go make thing. See how you go. And it came back with shit. It didn't work. I'm not surprised. It looked awful. And I certainly didn't feel like fixing it. And I certainly didn't feel like just pruning it again to make it better. So, of course, you know, it spent like 2 hours building this fucking thing, like going back and forth on a loop, and it was just totally fucking wasted. Which is not remotely surprising from what I understand already, but it is still just like disappointing because, like, holy shit, the amount of effort that's being put into developing this shit, and it's still just ass, dude. I'm told if there are ways to make it work better, but I'm like, it's still way more work than I would be willing to put in, to be honest. Especially when I just like creating the thing. Oh, Errand You Rated got someone mass donating follow, so I got these. Oh, interesting. That's cool. Bloody Americans blasting 500 watts in the air. I choose to spend my time on the internet and be unfunny for now, having fun with it. Hey, so long as you're having fun, that is golden. That's it, right there. Just have fun. Enjoy your life. I almost did girl mode to college once, and then got scared shitless about having to explain it, so I didn't. I think it was first day back, third year, I think. Or was it second year? Second semester of second year? Either way, it was... let me think. No, it was beginning of a new year, so second or third year. I'm thinking maybe third, though. And I had been back from a very transformative trip where I had already come out, and this was me around a bunch of people that I didn't fucking know at all, meeting a bunch of new people for the first time, and I could just introduce myself as me, as I meant to go on, and it was such a wild experience for me. Like, I had never felt so comfortable. So I came back, first day to college, and I was like, all right, well... For personal reasons, I basically didn't really have any strong personal connections to anyone there. So I was like, fuck it. I'm gonna girl mode. We're gonna do it. I'm just gonna go in with clothes. Like, I went in with a fucking skirt and like a cute sweater and whatever. And, what is it? And leggings, everything, the whole 9 yards. The fit was okay. It was definitely an early trans girl fit for sure. But I think my biggest problem was the sweater I got was built, it was made for very different atmospheric conditions, and I was melting that entire fucking day. So yeah, I ended up not going back in those clothes ever again. But not because I was scared of it. At certain points, I actually became quite comfortable. It was more just, I was thinking, I can do better than this fit, was basically what I did. I recently went on a dev stream where someone was just prompting AI. Yeah, what are you watching at that point? What the fuck? That's bizarre. Huh. Yeah, interesting. Oh, sorry, Nell. Did you think I said nail? Apologies. I don't even remember what I said that hit that, but yeah. It's so stupid of me because I actually did come out to some of the people in my class back then too. I was so shy. I did my estrogen shot on a school trip for Christ's sake and explained HRT to her curious classmates. That's so wild. My God. Objectively hot clothes, temperature-wise a case. Oh, yeah. Anyways, I'm trying to answer an American situation in Nebraska that's probably blasting hundreds of watts into the air for digital modes, and I can hear him fine, and he doesn't, and so I'm waiting for either a reply or a timeout. Oh, dear. Radio's fun. No, I thought you said my name, and I was like, well, huh, but I think you were saying, like, nail in the coffin. Oh, yeah. I was saying, that's what it was. I was saying that something was the death knell for AI's reputation in like, the eyes of myself and my peers. Yeah. Yeah, I straight up just said Nell, but it was spelled differently. Oopsies! Right. I think we are good to go back to what we were doing. Hold on a second. We are back, baby. Hold on, actually. Wait, let me just... And we are back, baby. All right, awesome. Where were we? Recreating the swap chain. Yes, because we cleaned up all the validation errors, but we don't currently handle when the window gets resized. That needs to be fixed. That is important. Now, exactly how we want to go about doing that. We wait for our fences. We acquire next image. VA results could be not success, but we don't actually get that. We never get that. So that, I think... Yeah. Okay, I guess that is the proper way to handle this, so we will do this. If VK results equals VK... What was the thing? Error out of date. Oh my god, please. Out of date KHR. And we'll do this. We'll do else if that. If it is not success and VK results is, yeah, not suboptimal, because we don't want to error out on suboptimal. That would be weird. Oh, what? Come on, man. VK suboptimal. It's not an error, I guess, yeah. It's just a response. Yeah. Awesome. Oh yeah, we have living room RGB lights now. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, now I have a good HF high frequency set up at my apartment. I could absolutely show up in Discord VC and show you all digital mode radio stuff. That sounds rad, actually. Yeah, pop in at some point. That'd be fire. Also hearing stray currents in my headphones while the radio transmits. Fun. I should probably debug that. Absolutely did not hyper-focus about setting up a full open hub for RGB light bulbs and forgot about the stream. You're good, you're good. Good to see you. Don't worry, you're not the only one who was like busy doing something and then popped in a bit late. You were perfectly fine. We're here for the long haul tonight. I'm gonna be working on this for quite a bit. I should probably have clarified that thinking about it when I announced the stream. It's like, hey, this is gonna be a long one, so like hop in whenever. Speaking of, I should probably mark on Blue Sky that I'm still streaming, because that would have expired by now. We'll put it for at least another 2 hours. I think that's a safe bet. I'll boost my stream announcement again. Righty-o. Boost the post on Fetty as well, just to make sure. Fucking silly posts in my mentions. I'll have to read those later. They're funny though. Oh dear, my lights just turned off because it is 10:30 over here, and that is the routine that my room is set to. But I'm not going to bed early tonight. I'm fucking around and finding out. Let me turn those back on though, because it is way too dark in here. I'm not in that kind of bedroom. Right. Recreate swap chain. Yeah, so that's in the event that it's out of date. Recreate swap chain. Just pass in slates. All good. That's fine. And we do that again with Q presents. Can Q present also do suboptimal? If there are no other success codes, then eSuccess on any error code present KHR already threw an exception. Ah. If it is suboptimal... Oh, okay, so we can get suboptimal here, but we defer handling it until Q presents. That's fair, actually. That makes sense. Okay, so if result is either of these things, then we recreate swap chain. Cool, okay. If VK results equals VK suboptimal, or VK results is VK error out of date. Yeah, so if it's either of these things, we want to recreate that swap chain. If I could type ever. Cool. All right. Messing up your sleep schedule. Yay! I will allow myself on weekends. But this would not fly tomorrow for sure. That's on Q present. Oh, do you do more stuff? Returns the same values with the same meaning. In this case, we also recreate the swap chain if it is suboptimal because we want the best possible results. What's the difference here? Not that much difference. It's just you included this now. That's interesting. Render finish semaphores. Oh well, we've grabbed that already, and that's image index. That's all fine and dandy. Sure. Okay. And was it we had another case in here where... Oh yeah, it's further down. Fixing a deadlock. Oh, we're gonna check that in a moment, actually. Oh, handling resize explicitly. No, we're gonna go here, because I think... Wait. No, I didn't finish recreating the swap chain here, did I? We ways idle. That's fine. Then we create swap chain, create image fuse. Create swap chain and all the creation functions for the objects that depend on the swap chain or the window size. That should be fine. We first call waits idle because just like in the last chapter, we shouldn't touch resources that may still be in use. Obviously, we'll have to recreate the swap chain itself. The image views need to be created because they are based directly on swap chain images. To make sure the old versions of these objects are cleaned up before recreating them, we should move some of the cleanup code to a separate function that we can call from the recreate swap chain function. We'll call it cleanup swap chain. Sure. Yeah. Note that we don't recreate the render pass here for simplicity. In theory, it can be possible for the swap chain image format to change during... Oh yeah, we read that before. Move the cleanup code of all objects that are recreated as part of a swap chain refresh from cleanup to cleanup swap chain. Okay, so we need to clear swap chain image views. Sure. And then setting swap chain a null pointer. Fascinating. But we're not just running the swap chain. We're just, I guess, clearing the image views? No, but then we also say swap chain to null pointer. This is so confusing. Note that in choose swap extent, we already query the new window resolution to make sure the swap chain images have the new right size. Yeah. So there's no need to modify choose swap extent. Remember that we already had to use glfw get frame buffer size to get the resolution of the surface in pixels when creating the swap chain. That's all it takes to recreate the swap chain. However, the disadvantage of this approach is that we need to stop all renderings before, oh my god, creating the new swap chain. It is possible to create a new swap chain while drawing commands on the image from the old swap chain, while drawing commands on an image from the old swap chain are still in flight. You need to pass the previous swap chain to the old swap chain field in this and destroy the old swap chain as soon as you finish using it. Okay. Pass the previous swap chain to that and destroy the old swap chain as soon as you finish using it. So I create the swap chain and then, okay, let me store the old one then. And maybe it's handled images? No, we probably have to like reallocate that. That's actually a fine. Swap chain KHR, cool. And then we will VK destroy swap chain. And we're gonna do old swap chain. And no allocator. Well, no custom one. The usual. So we do that, we destroy it, and swap chain KHR, that is just a handle, right? It is a handle. And yeah, this swap chain would have already been redefined, so that's okay. At this point, we need to... Wait, hold on. If I could type. Is this a thing? That is a thing. Okay, cool. And if I recall correctly, the image views can be image views. Yeah, it is an array of image views. But the images are kept on their own. That is interesting. Huh. Okay. Whatever. For uint32t, I presume index equals 0. And we'll do index less than slate vk and swap chain image views. I had a feeling. Index plus plus. We will destroy that. Should probably free it, I presume. Wait, let me think about that actually. Peak image view is a handle. Yeah, we don't need to free it. This is sufficient, I think. Setting swap chain to null pointer there is very strange. I don't understand why that is the way that it is. Oh, I guess because the idea is we're storing the current swap chain elsewhere outside of cleanup swap chain, and then we pass that in when creating. But I'm fine with this method, I think. Damn, you're still live after 3.5 hours? Yeah, we're in for the long haul. I'm having fun here. This was the plan. This was going to be a long stream. I didn't advertise it like so, but I should have, because that is the plan. Yes. Holy moly, I got a guy on a boat in northern Norway. Fuck yeah. Also, absolute respect about not using auto in your code. Isn't that a C++ism? And also it's lazy. I like explicit types anyways. I don't get why some people use auto. Oh, okay, to be clear, I probably do, yeah, I use lazy types in Go all the time. I use the colon equals syntax a bunch. I don't know what they call that, but it's whatever. Swap chain image views index and no custom allocator. They have auto in C now, don't they? Maybe? Oh, fuck, they do. Interesting. Well, probably won't care to use that, even still. Average Saturday night moments. Fuck yeah, programming until the sun comes up. You know it. Well, hopefully not that long. I would like to catch sunlight tomorrow. Inference is nice when you have nasty types, auto-generated or bindings or so. Yes and no, because I feel like if the type is okay, so assuming it's your type that you're writing, if it sucks to write, then that's like a thing that you should fix on the type level, not by using auto. IMO. That's just me. Yeah, sure, if it's yours. Yeah, of course. Liz bindings you can't control. Thankfully, I've not run into super nasty types just yet in that area. Why would anyone need auto when void pointer exists? Oh, void pointer, the original auto. Yeah. That's still the only way to do generic types in C. There is no such thing as generics in this language, as I understand it. Yes, another thing that's like, I know this exists in C, as I know this exists in Zig, and it makes me think, but like, I don't know. Aria lookup generic? Huh? What? That color coded. It's slightly gray. Uh-huh. Oh, of course it's it's using a macro context. Interesting. What? Oh. So it's like a generic... Okay, so it's a macro that can take in any of these types, and depending on the type, it'll change the function that it's outputting to. Converts the const float to float, then selects CBRTF. Wow. Combined with define vect struct macros, you have full generics. What? What? Would you be reassured to know it is used and abused tremendously in big projects such as the Linux kernel? Oh god. Why is C even? This is just such an approach. And this is C11. In 2011, they looked at the state of C and were like, Yeah, this is the way we want to go forward. Dude. Anyways. Swap chain images. Yeah, swap chain image views. Cool. We destroy that. And then we... I mean... Oh, no. We probably have to free it. That's going to be Slate... VK swap chain image views. We'll free that. And then we will set that value, or sorry, we'll set that pointer to null. And while we're at it, actually, let me also end swap chain image views, set that to 0. And this hopefully works. Wow, it actually fucking worked. Oh, wait, sorry, we haven't resized yet. Well, it's not breaking. It's validation errors, but is that actually scaling? Oh my god, I think it is. That's not like weird aliasing, I don't think. Whoops, zoomed in way too much. That's clean. Oh my god, I think it's actually scaling correctly. That's huge. That's awesome. Oh, let me test something actually. Really small, and then like drag it out like this. Oh, it's scaling in real time as I'm dragging the image. My software renderer doesn't do this. Oh, because Vulkan's doing this, I think. Yeah. Vulkan's doing it ahead of time instead. That's so cool. That's so cool. Okay, we do have validation errors still, though, so we gotta fix this. Okay, of course it doesn't fucking like the swap chains we're passing in. Why would it like the swap chains we're passing in? Huh. I guess we have to recreate the images, probably. No, just images. Just image views. Do we not create the images here? No. That's interesting. Is that equal to the number of swap chain images? And when are you decided? Uh-huh. Let me just fix this. This looks like shit. Okay. What function is this then? Create swap chain. Ah. Oh, so the swap chain images are recreated, but it just doesn't like them. So I have a new theory. It is some intermediary thing we are doing in between. Nope, that's... We do swap chain in the images, and then image views, that's it. Well, that's a curious one, isn't it? Right, there was stuff about deadlocks in here. It's possible to encounter a deadlock. Debugging the code, we find that the application reaches wait for fences, but never continues past it. I don't know if that problem. This is because when acquire next image returns error out of date KHR, we recreate the swap chain and then return from draw frame. We do? Huh? But before that happens, the current frame's fence was waited upon and resets. Since we return immediately, no work is submitted for execution, and the fence... Oh. Am I supposed to do that? Huh. Delay resetting the fence until after we know for sure. We will be submitting work with it. Thus, if we return early, the fence is still signaled, and device wait for fences won't deadlock the next time it uses the same fence object. Your draw frame should now look like this. Okay, we wait for fences. We acquire the next image. And recreate swap chain, return. Only reset the fence if we are submitting work. Oh, so you just do it after acquire image. That's it? Really? Okay. How did I not run into this problem, though? That's fascinating. Sure, I guess, but... yeah. Oh, return 1. Okay. So I guess we are supposed to recreate swap chain. Maybe that's why I was complaining. Let's find out. Nope, it's still big mad. It is so mad. Maybe running too fast or too slow to trigger it. It's single-threaded. We wouldn't be going too fast. Like, everything has to happen in order. So, like, in this case, we acquire next image. We're told that the image is out of date. We immediately go to recreate the swap chain, and then we exit. Well, now we exit. We exit out the function. And what this does is this waits for stuff to go idle. So it's like all of the other frames in the frame buffer have to be finished. And then we recreate the swap chain. So, like, I don't really understand what that's about. I guess I could do this, maybe? Copy a little bit of this. Oh, well, not destroy swap chain. That's... well... yeah, hold on. Yeah, we do that with the old swap chains. That's handled. And then, well, we know that they won't be null, because we wouldn't have gotten this far if they were null. And end swap chain image views. We destroy the image view at that index. I guess we don't free up the swap chain images? No, because the images are created when we create the swap chain. That's the problem. That's weird. Found our channel? You're kidding me already? Oh, I love her. This fucking goober. The fucking slobby. That's so good. That's amazing. I was trying to decide between tiny eyes and regular eyes. Yeah, so... the Ari doodle that I typically present, which is the one you see on screen, Bob in the corner right now, that is like what I would call canonical Ari doodle, but there are a bunch of other variants. Like, I don't know. We got this one where she's reading a book, a lovely book. We got this other one where I tried to use GIMP. This was when I tried to draw in GIMP. I actually think GIMP has been great for doing VOD thumbnails, but yeah, don't draw in GIMP. GIMP is not a drawing program. Use Krita or something. I did an Ari doodle for my 23rd birthday. So like you get to see a little bit of her there. You start to get an idea of her vibe. I realize I do the big eyes a lot. Here we are. Here's an example with like little dot eyes. Peace was never an option. This is one of the earlier Ari doodles, actually, with the, the big-ass thumbs up. Oh, and of course, the thinking cap. This is spiritually me right now while I'm working on this. Why would you do that to yourself? I think I was proving a point. I think I was using Krita at this point, but yeah. But yeah, this is like dot eyes Ari doodle, which, unless you're doing like a particularly exaggerated facial expression, is what I generally do. I should really have like a reference sheet for Doodle. That would make a lot of sense. But this is still phenomenal. Well done. That's golden.
It's time to drink water. It's time to drink water.
Oh my god, you're right. It is time to drink water. You know the deal. If you have water with you, you should drink it. And if you don't have water, you should go get some, because water's good for you. And I will drink to that. Right. Actually, I want to check something real quick. And I guess this is like, it's a dev stream, so I can kind of be candid enough to do this. I have a problem with my current setup, right? My current, like, audio setup. So, my alerts... Yeah, okay, see this? I want to monitor my alerts, but I also want to send them into a... Okay. I want to send them into a dedicated audio channel, which this is it. And they get, like... When I record to separate channels. I have my microphone, my music, my primary desktop audio, which would be not monitored, but it's everything that goes through this block, basically. I'll zoom in here. Everything that goes through this block goes through the primary channel, and then alerts are supposed to have their own thing. The problem is, I want to have alerts on, but also monitored so that I can hear them. So ideally, I need to actually, like, disconnect this so they don't route through here, so I can still output it. And actually, if I test this real quick with the water alert. Okay, that's perfect. That's great. That's going directly into here. It's not going into primary. It's actually quieter now because I just realized I was doubling because this was double routing. Okay, great. Perfect. I think I solved that problem. I've not thought to fix that until now, basically, is why that was the way it was. Just take all of these things and just move them somewhere else. I do not need these. Fucking main bedroom. Are you so for real? Is that my fucking Apple TV or something? Come on now. Don't need that. I'll just move these down here as well. Gotta tidy things up a little bit sometimes, you know? Yeah, this all seems reasonable. I don't know what speech dispatcher I'm running right now. That might be Firefox in the background. Not 1,000,000% sure with this. Hold on. Playback. Yeah, that's so goddamn specific. SDL application here I actually think is VideoTube, for what it's worth. Oh wait, you can't hear it now? Hold on a second. Is that not coming through the stream? You get audio track 1. Twitch VOD track is 2. Oh wait, real? Hold on, wait, does the music go to Twitch VOD track? I haven't looked at my routes in a while. Alerts goes into 3. What the fuck? What is this yoinky sploinky ass setup that I've made for myself? Audio. There's all microphone desktop music. Oh, I don't even have a dedicated fucking track for alerts. Damn it. No water now that you move the alerts output to the Scarlet. No, I'll fix this. I'll fix this. I think I know what's going on. Alerts needs to go into... Was it microphone desktop music? Was that the order? Apologies, you can't see this. Just all microphone desktop music. That's how I have my stuff set up. Microphone desktop music. And then if I pull this up, alerts goes into microphone. That goes into desktop. Music goes to music. No, you should be able to hear this. Monitor end outputs. Yeah. Let's try that again. Can you hear this? You can't hear that. Uh-oh. checking. Because that's not good. That's how my audio routing is supposed to work. Oh, I don't have a dedicated Twitch VOD track. Sorry, that's disabled. Okay, that's fair enough. Because I don't use copyrighted music on stream these days. Or at least I don't use music that would get me in trouble. I'll put it that way. Okay. Yeah, I've got no earthly idea why you can't hear that. Wait, hold on. I might have an idea. No, the alerts track does go through track 1. You should totally be hearing this. What the fuck do you mean? All right, that's so annoying. What do you mean it doesn't go through? OBS primary, OBS music. Yeah, and that's the receiver end. Okay. That's so confusing. Huh. Fascinating. I don't know why that is the way it is, but it should not be like that. That's very much not intended. I don't want to get stuck in that forever, though. Why does that happen? Control audio via OBS. Yeah. Show... Okay, showing other sources is not going to help me remotely. Balls. Okay, I think I just have to kind of use the crummy old setup that I don't like using. That's unfortunate. Oh my god, no, that's not what I wanted to do. And then we'll pull that into primary. Yeah, it's annoying. I want to be able to mute alerts in VODs because you never know. There could be an important thing and then a fucking alert plays. But let's be real, I'm going to end up complaining about it if an alert plays during an important thing in a game. So, whatever. Alright, you should hear this now.
It's time to drink water.
Hooray!
It's time to drink water.
I'm sorry, wait, what's going on in the fan art channel? Oh, come on! For fuck's sake! Y'all. Julia. Ari, why did you let me do this? I didn't say do this. Oh my god. Oh, that's so fucking funny. Thank you very much. First bits of fan art and it gets cursed real quick. Love to see it. Honestly, I don't think I'd have it any other way. That's beautiful. I need to like revamp my audio setup at some points. There's a lot of things I'd like to do a little bit differently. Notably, I want a dedicated Discord track because that's been a problem before. Clashing Discord with game sound can be annoying. To be fair, my brain went bites you instead of war, but adding one to the R Melody War account, no. I was just like swap burger with Julia, and then we ended up at that. May, do you remember the Council of Counting project that I made a while back? I feel like we should have that for stream. Yeah, like I only run the server while I'm yeah, that's what it was originally. It's officially called the Council of Counting. It's for those of you who don't know, which is probably most of you, I have this little thing I made for a very contrived bit in college where it's like a communal, you know those like just those simple little websites where you just click a button and it just takes up a counter? It's like that, but it's collaborative. So you log into this thing, you just join it, so you don't necessarily log in. I think there might have been a Discord sign-in thing, but I don't remember exactly. But you go onto the site, and then you click the button whenever a certain thing happens. And this button was geared towards a certain particular bit occurring at college. And if there was a quorum, so if the at least 50% of people in the lobby, we'll say, who were connected had pressed the button, then it would tick up the counter. So I think that would be very amusing because it has like persistent state and everything. So I could have like a consistent running bit through streams, and then y'all could just go onto this site and press the button and tick it up over time. I tried to make it pretty resilient too. Like you had to have at least, I think, 3 people. I think from different locations connected. So it really helped to stop like spam and like fake votes, we'll say. It was really cool. And repurposing it for something today for streams would be really, really funny. I'm also glad you checked it after I decided to make the non-drool version. Hey, that could have been funny. You never know. All right. Right, so you're complaining about swap chain images again, which we fixed this problem, but apparently we've reintroduced it. Image indices. Each element of P image indices must be the index of a presentable image. Well, we kind of read that already. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. So my guess is, yeah, we're doing recreate swap chain, but then we're still sending an unfinished image to QPresent. And that doesn't really make sense though, because when we create the swap chain, we create the swap chain and then we record command buffer, and command buffer changes the image layout to, it's on the image layouts. Oh yeah, it does. Yeah. VK image layout present source KHR. Like we set this. We set it to this format once we've finished our commands. So, I mean, unless this is failing at some point that we're not aware of, can this fail? Like when we're transitioning the image, is that a thing that can... Okay, it seems to be void. Yeah, it would be VK result otherwise. So that this command does not fail, or this function does not fail at any point. Julia, log on the board in our village space. I need you to vote on the war counter. Oh dear. What a bit. If I were to deploy that, should that be like login with Twitch and you have to be following or something? Like, because I think that's something I can check. No such address. Yeah, the domain doesn't exist. Could you imagine? Can this function fail? Famous last words in a language that has no fail return monad or result monad. Also provided split versions in case you wanted to make your own. Oh my god. You know what? So I don't have the full version of VadoTube right now. I'm using VadoTube Mini. This is RDoodle. This is the software that powers her. I love VadoTube. Such a fucking cool, like, it's 2 developers working on this software. It's absolutely beautiful. And it has been powering a very notable part of my streams, i.e., you know, this goober, for quite a long time. But I've been using the mini version. There is a full VadoTube, which allows you to do things like adding multiple layers that like move around independently. I could have like Goofy Goober that has like extra assets and like some item in the middle. I should make a bot that lets you generate these in Discord profile pics. Oh my god. That'd be really funny. May, give it a Boolean option for drool or no drool. That'd be amazing. So silly. So very silly. Actually, oh yeah, you can use a Stream Deck to control VadoTube stuff. I forgot about that. Yeah, so something I've wanted to have for a while is the Twitch integrated throwing system, but I don't think it works out the box with VadoTube. Maybe it's possible that that software, you can just draw a bounding box and then that's like good enough. If I can do that, then that's great. If I can just draw a bounding box, just place it roughly where Aridoodle would be, then that is perfect. But I don't know if it works like that. No login with AdProto. I mean, we could, I guess. I've never written an AdProto app before. It'd be an interesting challenge. Oh my god, I just saw in chat. You could even make it a user command thing, so you can just right-click someone. Fucking right-click eat this user. That's crazy. Alright, story out, I'm scared. Don't worry, Julia. You can watch me lock in. Watch me lock in. This'll hopefully be a relaxing time for you. Discord war button. No, you're not wrong, Amy. I get what you mean, but like the Fetty bite. Yeah, watch me hit a clip on NeoVim. I'm gonna hit a clip. something Sharky war button. Oh dear. Unbelievable. Okay. Gonna be so focused. We're at the later part of the stream for sure. Oh, what are these supposed to be? Okay, source stage mask, destination stage mask. Sure. Gonna fork Vivi for this? Oh dear. Oh dear. Having a custom Discord bot for Melody Core would be cool, actually. Me being me, I definitely want it to be mine. Is Sharky not maintained? Don't say that! The fucking lead maintainer of Sharky is in this chat! Oh, yeah. Yeah, so Julia is the maintainer, but Sharky is a very large project, and it is very demanding. Yes, thank you for approving that in auto mod. Yeah, Burnout's a bitch. Julia goes through so much to maintain Sharky. She has done incredible work on it. She should be thanked more for it, I think. You will attract the anger of Julia. Sharky's unmaintained. We don't know who maintains it. Just a doggy. This is true. This is true. She shouldn't be given such heavy responsibilities. Other Sharky CVs at the Fetty. Oh my god. Can we turn down the auto mod from Netanyahu mode? I'm genuinely thinking it is a lot, isn't it? Hold on, moderation settings. Let's see if I can fix that real quick. Chatter permissions. That's chat verification. chat rules. I have one chat rule. It's be kind and awesome. And if you can't understand that for some reason, you weren't supposed to be here in the first place. What were those previous ones getting flagged for? Was it usually sexual content? Aggression will have less filtering because I know what this chat's like and it's all in good fun. Bullying, I don't think we usually get flagged for that one. We definitely get flagged for sexuality, sex, or gender, so I'm actually gonna just remove that entirely. I'll keep the misogyny one on for now. There's a good reason for it being there, and we haven't tripped it, to my understanding. Disability, we'll keep that on. Race, ethnicity, or religion, yeah. Basically all the things where I feel like I can comfortably handle myself, then I'll leave mostly unfiltered, but then the things where I'm less sure, then I'll leave them as defaults, I think. That's probably the way to go. Crazy that's even a filter, no gender in my Twitch chat. Well, like, hold on, let me see exactly what this is. Demonstrating hatred or prejudice based on sexual identity, sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. Yeah, so if, like, as an example, right? If someone in this chat called themselves a dyke, right? That's fairly fine here. No one's gonna chide you for it. But Twitch would, because that is still a no-no word if you are not in that, you know, category. So it's important. Also, line, hello, computer. Hey, yo, check this shit out. Look at this shit line. I'm on another fucking level. Ignore all the errors that appear the second I try to resize the screen. This still works. Triangle! Yeah. Trungle. Exactly. Wonder what slurs Automod doesn't like. Probably a lot. Can you put that on screen for a second? The triangle? Yeah, here you go. I can send a screenshot to... Oh, yeah, you want a screen capture? Hold on. No. Don't even worry about it. Watch this shit. Active window. And I guess, yeah, it's grabbing that. That should have appeared as a notification here, but it is not. No. You've got the screenshot, but it's a low quality screenshot. Let me get you a bee's knees. This is a raw screenshot right here. I'll drop it in the live channel. Here it is in the live channel. You got the high quality triangle. I'm a stickler for this kind of stuff, so it matters to me. Alligator, hello, welcome. Holy fucking bingle. The emote is 512. Yeah. I still care. 512 is a lot of pixels. Okay. Back to business. Yeah, those errors. Really gotta figure out those errors. That image is VK image layout undefined. Tell you what, let's see if I can figure out, is this like a particularly problematic index or something? So Slate log. Where do we want to do this? Yeah, we'll just do it each frame, fucking whatever. Image index. This is gonna really slow down render times, but whatever. Cool. Swap chain, then image index. Oh yeah, image indices. Hold on a second. What is this supposed to be? Huh. Wait. Is that right? Something doesn't look right about that. Image indices, but we don't even provide a count. What is going on there? Presentation. Pointer to image index. Where's API reference? Vulkan API. VK presents info KHR. Okay, it's not in here. It's somewhere else. Vulkan reference pages. And I want VK present info. Oh, if only you could just show me the damn reference. Structures. That's going to be under present info. PH. Lots of physical stuff. Present info KHR. Hello. Image indices. The pointer to an array of indices into the array of each swap chain's presentable images. A pointer to an array of indices into the array of each swap chain's presentable images with swap chain count entries. Okay, so that is our number. Each entry in this array identifies the image to present to the corresponding entry in the swap chains array. Okay, well, if there was such a horrible problem with this one, where this was like completely incorrect, then this would be like this wouldn't draw a triangle. I think this is correct because acquire next image probably sets this to the pointer that it's asking for. I think that is okay. What do you want, a fucking OpenGL? Render the goddamn triangle! Okay, well that was woefully unhelpful. Should I return here as well? Hold on. Maybe that's the problem. Acquire image. Yeah. That's just at the beginning though. Yeah, on present we recreate it, but we don't actually like early escape. We still do the frame index count bump. Fascinating. Render the fucking triangle, Shinji. That's what I'm saying. Shinji. Whoops. Burger eating Ari. My god. Y'all. Shinzi Abi. Shinzi Abe. Balls. Yeah, I don't know. Also, why did that say debug? That's Slate log. Why does that say debug? Oh, is that the... Oh. That's interesting. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, okay. Let me... I knew that was not a fantastic naming convention. And yeah, okay, it's only really used here. Good, that's what I wanted. I'm working on screen space reflections for Vividry right now. Oh, that sounds so fucking cool! Screen space reflections in that game? I am excited to see how that looks. I've thought of making a game in a sort of similar style, and I mean, I'm saying it loosely here, a sort of similar style to Vividry. And I have been thinking about how fucking awesome screen space reflections would look like in a game like that. Like, I would just put puddles everywhere. It would be so cool. Yeah, I'm a little lost on this. Yeah, like... Hmm. How tricky. How very tricky. Have you seen Megasphere? I have not. I have not seen that, no. Game that was being developed for ages and looks so fucking good. Ooh. Was? Insanely cool PBR shit in a pixel art Metroidvania. Oh, damn.
It's
Maybe I
time
have
to
heard
drink water.
about this. Exactly 30 minutes. That's crazy. She was fucking waiting. Thank you, Claire. Yes, indeed, everyone. It is time to drink water. You know the deal. If you have water with you, you should drink it. And if you don't have water, you should get some. It's always good for you. Can I distract you for a minute to look at it? Yeah, sure. Send it. Go ahead. You know what? That was so good. I'm going to have another sip of water. You know what? That was so good. That's enough. 2 for the price of 1. Windfall on channel points right now. Are Space Girl channel points, futures or whatever? I am at the server location. I have 0 ping. Yeah, a frame perfect water redeem can result in RE having 2 sips of water. God damn it. Oh, that's something. That right there, that's something. Love to see it. All right. Link. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I can tell that yeah, normal maps were painted for this one. I tested myself personally. It was the first time I had fucked around with lighting and normal map textures. I had taken one of my pixel art things and I painted on a normal map to it, and then I tried putting lighting on it, and I was immediately like, holy fuck, this looks so much cooler. It was literally just like this one sprite in an empty scene, but it still just looks so much better. It is actually amazing what normal maps can do for pixel art. It's crazy. Like, you can still do a pixel art game and respect the fact that, like, 3 decades of, like, innovation and technological advancement has occurred in the gaming industry. This is fucking insane. How did this get cancelled? What happened? I'm sure there must have been a good reason for it. Like, it couldn't have been for no reason. There's just one guy making it. Burnouts, I guess? Yeah, burnouts, lack of resources. That's fucking crazy. Oh, the base game is Megasphere, and then it's Anomaly that is the updates, I guess? That's fucking crazy, dude. What the fuck? Gaming fucking gaming, dude. Look at this. Oh, what are you... I don't like how casually you said that, Claire. I'm gonna verify this off screen. Hold on. Maybe some stupid shit. Okay, Claire, you got me. Is it gonna play? It's okay. It's actually not playing. What the fuck? What is this? Oh, no, there it is. It just has a really long lead in. I don't want to turn it off. It's so good. That's so fucking stupid. Oh my god. I've never had quite the extent of an AGA moment on this stream before. I have had silly moments, technical difficulties and whatnot, but I've never had an AGA. That would be a fucking time for sure. Stream music suggestions, super Ghostbusters. VOD watchers will be so confused. Can you imagine people just like listening to this is like a cool podcast in the background and suddenly fucking like Japanese Star Wars disco starts playing in the background? They come back and the stream is starting, but now it says AGA on it. That'd be crazy. Yeah, hi, I can. I just experienced that. Yeah, but you kind of like a VOD watcher wouldn't even be able to comment on it. Think of it that way. To be fair, I was desperately trying to get a Kenyan station and I suddenly hear that contextless. Fixing a deadlock. Deadlock, like the game. Valve. Lion, we have got to queue deadlock. We gotta fucking do that. That'd be so fucking awesome. You should have a channel point redeem that forces an AGA moment. It takes over my Discord. I have like WebSocket hooks that just like take over my Discord. It forces it to this screen and slaps AGA on screen and I have to recover it. Oh, people could really fuck up a stream with that though, is the only concern. I'd have to be able to like disable it for certain moments, I think. I've been thinking about that for a while though, actually. I need a button that can just temporarily disable my alerts. Specifically temporarily, like it shuts it down for like 5-10 minutes and then comes back on afterwards, because if it's just a toggle, I will forget to toggle it back on. The drink all the water can also fuck up your streams big time. Yeah. Thankfully, people are like chill enough to only do that during like trucking streams and whatever, where it's like fairly inconsequential. Oh, we just check here, yeah? Okay, well, I guess I might as well do this. It's worth something. If I go to... yeah, over here. Oh, wait, this is and. Or... Wait. Oh. Or does that happen down here, actually? Oh, it does happen down here. My bad. Gate. Yeah, sure, bud. Window resized. And then we would do slates. Window resized equals false, so that doesn't spam over and over again. Cool. Okay, did not fix that error, unfortunately. It's kind of got a flicker to it now, though, which I'm not a huge fan of. Wondering what we could do about that. Maybe if I did, like, slates, window resized, false. Actually, if I threw it, like, at the end, even, that could probably be better. Like, do it after the swap chain has been rebuilt. No, it still very much flickers. Okay, whatever. So it didn't do anything. It just kind of flickers now. Not ideal, but whatever. Ashes, hello. Welcome back. Welcome back. Good to see you. How have things been? Also, hello, Frost Crabs. We got a whole bunch of people in here. That's awesome. Yeah, I'd love that. That's fucking fire. Yes, yes, yes. I might be available tomorrow if you're down. That'd be so fucking cool. The deadlock queue, that is. Sorry, I'm just kind of like going back up in chat. Saving on my dual bucks to do the redeem at the worst moments. I need to get that temporary. I need to get that fucking alert pause button fast. Looking in Discord bot stuff, and I just read Lava Link and had a Ratatouille GIF moments. Oh. Oh no. I'm surprised you're testing Vulkan graphics while keeping the wobbly windows on. Yeah. What's wrong with it? It works. Yeah. This is stable. No problem with it. The wobble stays on during development. Exactly. Working on stuffs. Hopefully good stuff. Used to be very active in the JDA Discord. Oh. Clock's ticking. I have 3.3k. Yeah, it's going to be ticking for a while. What happened with Lava Link? What is Lava Link? I have no fucking idea what you're talking about. This is a new concept to me. I ain't never heard of this. Oh yeah, we're refactoring right now. That's what's happening. Refactoring, doing a little thing for frame buffer resizing. That's the main deal. Lavalink is a standalone thing bots can use for sending audio. We're trying to hook it up as a kid and failing tremendously. Interesting. I remember way back when, yeah, the first Discord bot I made was actually just to be like a custom music bot for our Discord. And I think I was piping in like a YTDL package or something. And I had found some way to dump the audio into that. And I remember that was so cool. Yeah, that was the closest I ever got to writing audio code until recent times. I've otherwise just fucking avoided it. Thankfully, oh no, I know why this worked. Because I wasn't streaming it. I would download the whole fucking file to the bot's file system and then play that, because the Discord bot library I was using, Discord PY, I think, that supported playing music down the pipe if you had the file. Poor little May with her limited JavaScript skills trying to deploy onto her $3 a month OVH cloud server. Oh god. Listening to Codev while I drive home. Life good. That sounds awesome. Good ass drive. Real-time audio is hard? Yes. Lava Link is Java, so you get to deal with the JVM. Hooray! Oh, you know what? No, my first Discord bot was not that music player. It was some stupid fucking joke bot I was doing in Java because it was the only language I actually had some familiarity with at the time. So it was some Java Discord API library. Very old. I think at that point I was using IntelliJ, actually. Yeah, because Eclipse wasn't really a thing anyone used anymore. I vaguely recall. Handling minimization. There's another case where swap chain may become out of date, and that is a special kind of window resizing, window minimization. This case is special because it will result in a frame buffer size of 0. In this tutorial, we will handle that by pausing the window, pausing until the window is in the foreground again, by extending recreate swap chain. Interesting. Huh. Well, that's very much a blocking operation. We should probably not do that. That's an awkward one. Well, what happens if I were to minimize it in its current state? Okay, well, it seems to handle okay. I don't see a problem here. Okay. Yeah, I really want to fix that resizing problem though, before I move on to anything else, because this is bad. That's so clunky. So the problem is it is creating, yeah, these are different addresses each time. It is absolutely recreating the swap chain. That's fine, but it is not setting up the image correctly. Is what seems to be happening. So my best guess is that this isn't getting recreated properly. I don't know. Device wait idle. We do that. We clean up the swap chain. Yeah, we store old swap chain. We create the... Wait, no, you clean up the swap chain first. Swap chain image use clear, swap chain null pointer. Why would you do it like that, though? I don't... What? There's a destroy swap chain KHR. This is how you're supposed to do it, right? You just set it to null pointer. You just discard the whole damn thing. Remove the cleanup code of all objects that are recreated as part of a swap chain refresh from cleanup to cleanup swap chain. Yeah. But like, there's a... That does not seem right. That's so weird. Note that in choose swap extend, we're going to query the window resolution. Yeah, okay, no, that's fine. We figured that out. That's not a problem. Need to pass the previous swap chain. Yeah. It is possible to create a new swap chain while drawing commands on an image from the old swap chain are still in flight. Need to pass the previous swap chain. Yeah. Destroy the old swap chain as soon as you finish using it. Yeah. So we create swap chain, and then we destroy that. And then we do the image fuse. Yeah. Yeah, no, that don't make sense. That really doesn't make sense. I don't understand why it's been written in this way. It's very bizarre. so strange. Yeah, if suboptimal or out of date or window resize, we do that. That makes sense. Ah, man. That's got me grilled. I'm not sure what to do with that situation. I out of the Twitch Android app, paused the stream when I locked my phone. It it does allow background play. I've done that personally. It glitches a little bit. I think what you want to do is you want to go into like the settings where you would set the the quality that you'd want, and you set it to audio only, and then it should work in the background. Not texting while driving, don't worry. Yeah, you're good, you're good. Yeah. Weird one. Destroy image views. Yeah, we do all of that. And we don't destroy the images because... Wait, hold on a second. Oh no, we probably want to destroy the old images. Because we malloc that, but we never free it. Yeah, here's what I'll do. Yeah, going up here. We got our image views. We'll do... Man, I don't know. We will... store our old images. We'll throw a pointer to them. Swap chain images. Yep, that's a pointer. Or it's an array reference. Cool, so we've got that. And I guess we do like number of old images. Might as well. Yeah. Oh, that needs to be a uint32t. There we go. So now we're going to go in here. Instead of swatching image views, it's going to be images. And we do that. Should be a VK destroy image, I would think. Surely. Yep, that totally works. And old images. And sure, yeah, why not? Let's go. Yeah. We'll go here and old image views. And we'll do this as well. And old image... Whoops. And old image views. There we are. And... yeah, we destroy that. We do all this. Oh, wait. Yeah, we want to destroy images first, actually. It's just occurred to me. So I guess we don't need to store that ahead. Yeah, because we would have created new images when recreating the swap chain. So we definitely want to put that there, actually. And old images, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that seems fine. Although, when is this set? You know, I think that's fine. We'll try this. We'll see if it works. Cool, instant crash. That's good. Image is a presentable image controlled by implementation, must be destroyed with destroy swap chain. Oh. Yeah, well, go figure, I guess. Okay, well, we should at least... Okay, so we just don't destroy image, but we should still free up that memory. Methinks that's a good idea. Good so far. Same errors, but less memory leaks, hopefully. You finished the next masterpiece? Oh boy, what have we got? Oh, it doesn't show super well on here. Hold on. Look at them. That's amazing. That's so good. Oh, that's beautiful. That's delightful. Thank you so much. Amazing. Well done. The blunten smoking. Chuffing back a fat dart. Good heavens, she's hitting that yoink. Oh dear. Someone put the fucking Ralsei blunt image in the Discord and I was like, oh my god. Yeah. I want to draw my own at some point. I've been thinking about that for a while. Aridoodle, canonical Aridoodle drinking a blunt? Sure, fuck it, whatever. Yeah. Cracking open a cold blunt. Cold blunt. Okay. Yeah, I still don't know what to do with this problem. This is, like, really not good, actually. You know what? We did this presentation stuff, right? But we didn't do frames in flight. Right now, our render loop has one glaring flaw. We are required to wait on the previous frame to finish before we can start rendering the next, which results in an unnecessary idling of the host. The way to fix this is to allow multiple frames to be in flight at once. That is to say, allow the rendering of one frame to not interfere with the recording of the next. How do we do this? Any resource that is accessed and modified during rendering must be duplicated. Thus, we need multiple command buffers to semaphores and fences. Okay, so yeah, if I just kept reading, this would have been covered. In later chapters, we will also add multiple instances of other resources so we can see this concept reappear. Oh, we will see this concept reappear. Start by adding a constant to the top of the program that defines how many frames should be processed concurrently. Interesting. We choose the number 2 because we don't want the CPU to get too far ahead of the GPU. With 2 frames in flight, the CPU and GPU can be working on their own tasks at the same time. Sure. We'll do... put this in Vulkan H, maybe. No, you know what? This should just be like a core rendering thing. We're gonna ignore how many things that's gonna break and quickly fix that. Fix that as well. Unknown type, probably because that's broken. There we go. Because I wanted a generic render chilling over here, and this will be like our middle layer, basically. That's just not what I asked for. What are you doing? Yeah, define max frames of flight 2. Oh, wait, I should probably do my usual, if not define, slate render h. Define. And down the bottom. Do I do this up here? Yeah, let's change this. We'll do render software H. Oh my god. Sorry. My throat's so at me today. Not convenience. Okay, that's just Vulkan stuff, so that's fine. We're gonna change that. I don't like that. We can do better. Software render.h. Yeah, software render H. Oh dear. I'd love to stay on stream, but I cut my hand really bad and need to go to the ER. Julia, yeah, please take care of yourself. Oh my god, I hope you're okay. Message me later, okay? Do get there safe. Please do. Goodness, okay. That's something. Yeah, good luck, Pookie. Abso-fucking-lutely. You know it. That is most important. Okay, let's see. Right. Okay, so we have our thing. Max frames and flights. If the CPU finishes early, it will wait until the GPU finishes rendering before submitting more work. With 3 or more frames in flight, the CPU could get ahead of the GPU, adding frames of latency. Generally, extra latency isn't desired. But giving the application control over the number of frames in flight is another example of Vulkan being explicit. Yes. Each frame should have its own command buffer with a set of semaphores and fence. Rename and then change them to be standard vectors. Yeah. Present complete. I should probably rename these. Yeah. I should. I have command buffers renamed already, but yeah, I could do with doing this. That would be good. I think draw fences is fine. This should probably just be like present semaphores, maybe. Yeah, I kind of prefer that, to be honest. Feels nicer to me. And we'll do render semaphores. Well, hold on. Render finished is used with QSubmit. So this would be more like Q semaphores, but I know what it means. Like that's fair. So back in Vulkan C, I guess. Render finished, render semaphores. And draw fence to draw fences. All good. Make the exact same changes here. Bada bing. On entirely unrelated note, gotta get going also. See ya. Yeah, have a good one. Thank you for stopping by, Spiky. Appreciate it as always. This OC is so Pemer. It fucking is. I'm also hopping out for now. I'm gonna go Morse my code, so I need to cut out all other sound. Maybe we'll come back soon enough to catch the end. Yeah, that'd be delightful. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, that's all good. Yeah, create command buffers. I think we address that up here. Create command buffers. You just make that a loop then, right? Wait, is there just a thing for command buffers? Oh yeah, VK allocate command buffers. It's literally that. Wait. Hold on. Command buffer. Oh. Yeah, that was silly. And swap chain images. So we don't need that for loop because this already is built to allocate a whole bunch of them. There we go. And yes, we allocate that pool.
It's time to drink water.
Oh my goodness, it's already been half an hour since the
It's
last
time to
one?
drink water.
Okay. Yeah, indeed, it's time to drink water. You know the deal. If you have water with you, you should drink it. And if you don't have water, you should go get some because water's good for you. I will drink to that. Fuck yeah, we're doing another one. I'm definitely going to use the bathroom like before we end off stream. Vibe coding is actually a bit boring. We talked about this earlier. Yeah, it's just fucking like it's a nothing burger. Had the exact idea of how I wanted to do the image compositing in Rust, but now I'm just waiting 10 minutes for some abysmal dog shit. Hand roll Vulkan, it's way more exciting. Can always recommend it. Ah, right. SRC graphics software render, what the fuck? Oh, I know what you're complaining about. Yep, I did not fix this problem. And I should probably do this. Oh, good. Render H, no such file directory. Where is this? In slate.c, really? Oh. Yeah, I suppose you haven't looked at that in a while, huh? Should be good, right? Yeah, baby. No render issues. Still get validation errors. That did not fix our problem. But that was a slight optimization, probably, for the best. Create sync objects. Should we change to create all objects? Yeah, go figure. And we do that here. Yeah, swap to images dot size. Okay, so we do still have to do that. Yeah, that's all good. To use the right objects every frame, we need to keep track of the current frame. We'll use a frame index for that purpose. Cool. So we wait for fences, specifically that fence. Inflate fences, add frame index. Yup. We then reset the fence. Well, we swapped it around a little bit, but yes. We acquire the next image. Present complete semaphore. Yeah, presentation semaphore is that one on frame index. We acquire the next image. Command buffer resets. Did we do that? I don't think we did. Ah. That might be important. Okay, buffer, reset flags. Nothing, I guess? Yeah, of course it's a fucking VK result. Why wouldn't it be? Failed to reset Vulkan command buffer. Sweet. You do that. That's probably not going to solve anything. Of course not. Yeah, it's about image layouts. Hopefully we'll get a fix for that. So I'm coughing so much. I don't know why I'm so gunked up today. It sucks. Okay, record command buffer on image index, which we get off of... What? What? That's supposed to be image index? We reset the frame index one, but we record into image. Wait. No, it hates that. What the fuck? Who came up with that idea? Alright, Gloop Girl, are you excited for the Goopy kit on Monday? What are you talking about? I'm being gaslit. You saying some fucking bullshit right now. Wait, semaphore count 1. Send semaphore is from the frame index, yeah. Wait, destination stage mask. Command buffer count is 1. Command buffer at that frame index. Signal semaphore count is 1. And then render semaphore is off image index. Yeah, I think that's a typo. Because this seg faults if I do that. And I presume that's not what I want. Your throat slam, Ari. She forgot already. Oh, that's what you're talking about. Goopy kits, though. What does that mean? I don't know what goopy kit means here. In-flight fence is going to be... Wait, what? Q submits. Oh, that's Q submit. Wait, you're sending a fence? Ah, draw fences. Oh. That should be draw fence. Yeah, that's fine. The Goopy kit for Steam Frame. I'm so excited for Steam Frame on Monday. It's definitely gonna happen Monday. Otherwise, see y'all next week. Yeah, so not end swap chain images. It's gonna be max frames and flights. It's an approach. Oh, now it's flickering an ass load. That's horrible. That's really bad. Why did you make me do that, Vulkan documentation? That looks like shit. Okay, I think I'm slowly but surely starting to get the idea here. Hold on. And the command buffer here, we record it for a specific image. Okay. Right. That's... Yeah, this is absurd. I don't feel like it's gonna work. Oh dear, that's probably not good. Best to ever do it, as they say. I just closed that window by accident. Actually, best to ever do it. What do I do with that? So it's not... I keep getting confused the difference between frame index and image index in this case. It's so strange. It's like we have a frame index, which is fine. We wait for a fence on that frame index. We reset it, that makes sense. Yeah. And then we get an image index when requiring next image, and that's the image of the index, which is separate from the frame. And then command buffer's frame index resets. So we reset the command buffer on that frame, but then we record into that image index. But like, I tried doing that and that didn't work. Alright, no, that's wrong. Image index. Oh, command buffer is unrecorded and contains no commands. Uh-huh. Oh, because that has to be in sync. Wait, no, command buffers for frame index. Why are we recording into a different command buffer? What do you mean, bro? Okay, well, errors out the ass anyways. Command buffers in use. Yeah, no, that's a typo. That's totally a fucking typo. That's a really disappointing typo to have. And now my shit's flickering. Fuck, bro. That at least doesn't flicker nearly as much. I don't know why that breaks so much, though. Because max frames in flight, that's 2. Swap chain images, I think, is also 2. Tell you what, I'll double check this. Just to make sure. Does create app also create the Vulkan renderer? Oh, it does indeed. Over somewhere here? STL create window, VK inits. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so we know immediately. Slate info and swap chain images. That. Ah, and swap chain images is 3. Right, because it's triple buffered. So is the problem that we're switching to... Yeah, no, I just don't understand what's happening there. That is extremely weird. I really do not understand why that is written in the way that it is. Okay, let me try and run through this. So you have our frame index. So we'll say first render that starts at 0, right? And we can double check that, I think. Slate create app. I mean, it starts at 0 for everything, so that's probably fine. Yeah, so it starts at 0. Draw fence, we're picking the first draw fence. We wait for that draw fence. That ideally works. We then acquire an image. That's fine. We have a present semaphore, which is GPU blocking. So we have to get the new image before we proceed. BK recreate, swap. Oh yeah, we can probably ignore that because the image wouldn't have been changed on the first frame. That would be weird. Yeah. We get the image. We reset the fence afterwards. Can't remember exactly why we wanted to do this, but I remember they insisted, so we're doing that. Oh, is it? Oh, because the fence would be resets, and then that fence would just be locked forever, I think was why that happened. We have to wait for the fence to be, like, thrown back up, that's why. Yeah. But and the early return would break that. Cool. So again, this is still first frame. We've just gotten an image, we've reset our fence, and then we reset the command buffer on frame index. Oh, yeah, I should know we do have image index at this point, but we're still using frame index. We reset the command buffer for this frame. Yeah, for this frame index. Sure. But the thing is, yeah, this would never encapsulate all of the command buffers. What? Hold on. What do we cap this at? Oh my god, that is set to max frames in flight. Oh. Oh. Fucking really, man? What do you mean? Why? That's baffling to me. Okay, I guess. Fucking max frames in flight. There we go. Cover count, we're gonna need that as well. Have to pull in render.h. Cool. Well, that sorts command buffers. And this is swap chain images. Okay. Right. Oh, because okay. You need as many command buffers as frames as you are working on at a time, and you need as many swap chain images as you wish to buffer. Okay. That makes a little bit more sense now. Okay, so image index should actually work now, I think. In fact, using frame index in this case should break because we no longer have that many command buffers. So we reset on frame index, and we record into image index. No. Fucking invalid command buffer for resets. Now that's probably image index. I was thinking, yeah, it would be so weird having those mismatch, right? That would make no sense. Oh no, it hates that too. Invalid command buffer. No. This would be frame index. Sorry. Record command buffer wouldn't make sense for frame index, though. I don't think. Unless... Image index. Big command buffer's image index. That's going to be... Yeah, same problem. Okay. So you need to be image index then. Sorry, what happened up here? Oh, yeah, that's fine. We do image index there. How would that work though? Well, it doesn't. That's how it works. That's good. Currently, it'd probably help if I, Actually, no, it wouldn't matter. Whatever. Oh, it would be fine me doing this right now. I think, anyway? Oh, no, because then it can't load the shaders. Yeah, of course. Okay. Invalid command buffer. Not giving me a whole lot of information on that. Bit strange. Command buffer count is max frames in flight, and then we set that. Maybe we don't allocate them correctly. Let's look at this again. We get command buffer by frames in flight, command buffer count, it's max frames in flight, and then we just allocate command buffers with that info. We have our command buffers array there. That's fine. The frames will be 400 euro? No shot. You can't. Oh, sorry. You're talking about chat. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? That would be nice. Allocation info. Yeah, we have a command pool. If frame is 400 euro, I'll fly to the US and pay my. Yeah, because of all the money you'll have saved from not having to spend like $1,000 on frame. Oh, hold on a second. When creating sync objects, render finished semaphores need that many, but the present semaphores, we only need as many as we have frames in flight, which I guess makes sense. Some amount. Yeah, so in BN swap chain images, it would be max frames in flight. Over here, it would also be max frames in flight. And back here as well. Okay, cool. I don't know if this will work. Bleh. I have no idea if this will work. And it doesn't. Wait for fences. P fences is a null handle. Okay. Max frames in flight can be to 2. Oh, right. Oh, for fuck's sake, because I got rid of that code. Oh my god. Pay attention, Ari. Invalid command buffer. Bro, who cares anymore? Okay, I was not complaining about fences at least. That's nice. Yeah, I think I know why that's failing though. I think they've written that record command buffers function a very particular way that I did not. And that's what's getting confused here. Yeah, and image index just would not make sense here. This would break instantly. I don't... There does not seem to be enough consideration into how these all interact with each other. That's unfortunate. I can fix it, it's just like annoying, you know? Frame index, that. Image that could be image index. Oh, wait, no, that can't be image index. Well, at least this here has to be Slate frame index in this case. You know, I'm thinking I just get rid of that. Like, whatever, dude. Yeah, there we go. It's an annoying little thing to write, but whatever. Command buffer, same deal here. Command buffer, command buffer, command buffer, command buffer. And image, command buffer. Let's see. Fucking every time. Okay. What? It stopped the errors. Oh my goodness. I can resize it. I don't get errors. Oh, we're so back. We're so back. It's late. That's awesome. There we go. Okay. Oh, great. Okay, that fails. I think I know why that fails though. Yep, there it is. Slate, max frames in flight, renders, no, present semaphores is max frames in flight. We don't have to wait for fences, do we? We're already waiting for idle. Yeah, that's stable, I think. We can probably just get rid of that. Save the line. And this looks like it would be safe. Okay. So is that it then? We have a triangle. It scales. It's stable. And it doesn't crash when we close it. That's amazing. Let's see. Stable, Vulkan, triangle, plus rescaling, plus plus window resizing and a small refactor. Awesome. Yeah, whatever. Great. Now, what is up with you? You don't have changes, right? Why do you say you have changes? Oh, god damn it. Yeah, that's going to be kind of important, dude. Push that shit. If, 400 euro per frame rendered, do that Unity type shit. Oh, need to force that. By the way, paying for a team to use the full version of Unity would alone be like 2,000 per month. Just to use it, made the calculations a bit ago. Yeah. Not a huge fan of enterprise licenses, but I also kind of get it in some capacity. That's for a team, so like... Keep in mind, they give Unity away for free to smaller devs, well, normally to free, for small devs to try and get people on board so that they can eventually make money off of you in the business, in the industry, which is a very normal way to go about things like that. Okay, I can start collecting my eggs. Frames and flights. That is now covered. We have that sorted. Low-key, one of the least evil ways to make money. Yeah, exactly. The application we have now successfully draws a triangle, but there's some circumstance... Oh, wait, yeah, this is resizing. We have this problem handled already. Cool. We're going to get rid of the hard-coded vertices in the vertex shader and actually use a vertex buffer. Oh, wait, yeah, hold on. Oh, son of a bitch, so we do. I was wondering where those were held. I had no recollection. Yeah, that's gonna be important. Okay, yeah, we're gonna get rid of some old cruft. VS inputs. What? Oh, this is all one shader. I think that is... Oh, they're using S-Slang. Right. I'm using... This looks like GLSL, I'll be completely real. Yeah, even Novim is interpreting this as GLSL. What is it really? SPV. Oh, yeah, we can probably check in Mason builds. Oh, yeah, GLSL. We're compiling that to Spurvy shaders. Yeah. In position, in color. Okay, well that is correct. Outputs, we have position and color. Well, that's... Yeah, for vertex... That is probably just going to be this, right? Well, no, because there would be a vertex color. Or at least I would want a vertex color. For what that's worth. Why is position of float 4? So wait, VS input float 2 is in position. That's so weird. Peak bots on the Discord. I assume our Discord. What exactly am I checking? Oh no, on Melody Chord. Oh my god. She's not here to defend herself. Okay, you pinged her though. That's good. Amazing. What a work of art. You love to see this. No luck on the moor, sadly. Oh no. But automated beacons reported hearing me all the way in Central America. Nice. What the heck did I arrive into? May's completed her project. It's beautiful. Yeah, Vec 2 for imposition. The in-position and in-color variables are vertex attributes. Oh, is it UV? They're properties that are specified per vertex in the vertex buffer, just like we manually specified a position and color per vertex using the two arrays. That still doesn't feel right at all. I'm changing it to a Vec 3. That's silly. I think I know what they're doing. I think they're trying to like save writing or whatever, but like I'm not interested in doing that. Out position. I guess we can do GL position. Yeah, sure, that's probably fine. GL vertex index. That's nice that we're provided that. I can probably just do in position though, right? We're kind of doing nothing to this, honestly. I think we just get rid of that. Like, yeah, we have a vertex shader, but I don't actually necessarily want to do anything. Fragment shader is more interesting. That has... Yeah. Fragment color. And then out color. That seems perfectly reasonable. Realistically, I think that should be Vec 4, but yeah. Tell you what. Just go ahead. Go crazy. I don't know. I don't care. Hopefully that all compiles. Let me actually make sure that does before I do anything else. Okay, well, it did not complain. Cool. Oh, I didn't save that. Cool. Don't see an error. I don't know if you necessarily get compilation errors that easily, but we'll find out. Now, our code is going to be slightly different, so I do need to be wary of that. But I think it's okay. We bind parameters to this, right? Vertex inputs info. Viewport stuff. Dynamic states. Rasterize. Remote step. Yeah, there's a whole lot of stuff here. Sure. Okay. Removing the vertex data from the shader code to an array in the code of our program. Start by including the GLM library. Sure. Which provides us with the linear algebra related types like vectors and matrices. We're going to use these. Yeah. Got a vertex with attributes like position and color. Still really don't like how you've done position as a vec 2. So I am going to ignore the shit out of that, actually. But, I think at this point, having... Well, you know, we can probably keep this in here. We just put this in math. Type def struct vertex. And do you contain... What are you working on? I'm working on a handmade game engine in C. Using Vulkan in particular, but I've also got a software renderer and a software audio synthesizer because I got really bored and wanted to learn about that. You made the example for your own API bad, so shut up, actually. This is how I'm rolling right now. Yes, you are absolutely correct. Cool. We'll pull in CGLM here. So we got a position, and we will have a color. That will be vec3 for the time being, but I would like vertices to have alpha values. I just don't know how easy it's going to be to render those, because I know transparency in rendering is like non-trivial. Oh, binding descriptions. Okay. Right. Huh. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. Fun. I'm waiting for my laptop to get enough, then I'm get working on through my home lab. Fuck yeah, that sounds awesome. Love home labbing. Are the Vulkan guides only for C? This is actually for C++. I'm translating stuff in real time. The official reference documentation is in C. The guide is in C++, because that's kind of the assumption. If you're making a game engine, it's probably in C, which is fair. It's kind of industry standard. There might be other guides for other languages, but the official ones are going to be C, C++. As I understand it, anyway. Input attribute no, that's... Yeah, I want VK vertex input binding description 2ext. Ah, no, here it is. Slates VK get vertex binding description. This is kind of a sucky function, but whatever. And we just pass in a vertex. This should probably be capitalized, I think. We'll make it a pointer to the vertex, I presume. What Linux distro are you using? I use Fedora. Big fan of Fedora. I like Fedora. It's been good to me. I previously used Void Linux ages ago, back when I had first migrated over, but at a certain point I decided I much prefer, especially considering what I do with my PC nowadays, I want it to be more stable than like flashy and interesting, so that's what I've lent into. Put binding description. Yeah, just description. Probably want to zero initialize that, actually. Doing it through Rust may be a bit of a ride then. It could be. It could. Well, actually, that was how I first did it. The first time I ever fucked around with Vulkan, it was in Rust on a Mac using Molten VK, and I managed to figure out how to get a triangle in that case. It was rushed. It was not proper. This is me doing it properly. I would recommend doing it properly. The Vulkan docs do give you enough, like, of an overview where even if you're not implementing the same language as them, you can still work it out. And I imagine the Rust bindings would be similar. So a bit of a ride, maybe, but not as much as you think. I'll put it that way. Standard Fedora or Atomic? I'm using standard. I still like tinkering with my PC a bit, so Atomic is overkill for me. One of my own little custom Fedora Atomic image with Hyperland. Neato. Cool. I love Plasma too much. As much as tiling window managers are cool, I love this whole setup. It's funny how people will get random issues on Arch, yet I've been on Arch for like over a year, and the only computer issue I've had is when a friend accidentally made me turn on a BIOS setting, which made me need to pop the CMOS. I think I remember this. Can we return structs in C? I don't know if it works like that. I think we'd probably have to... You can turn a structure from a function without any problems. It's a well-defined part of the language. So that does work. That's interesting. Huh. I thought I had to do malloc that whole time. Well, I guess we'll see if this works, and if it breaks horribly, then we know what we did wrong. Okay, the binding is going to be 0. Okay, helpful. Stride is going to be size of vertex. That makes sense. And input rate is, oh, okay, wait, this doesn't require a vertex at all. Okay, I understand what's going on here. I overthought it. Vertex input rate, vertex. You just return that. Sorry? It's because void? Oh, function signature difference. That's why. Yeah, that's fine. See, I got confused because they made it a member function, which I think is ridiculous because I think object-oriented programming is ridiculous. But that's just me. Fedora is so good. Why no other hat name distros? Yeah, Red Hat Linux, which Fedora is based on. Yeah, Fedora is a fork, an extended fork of Red Hat Linux, Red Hat Enterprise Linux specifically. Yeah, I do not think that Red Hat and Fedora are made by the same company. One just forks off the other. I love Plasma too much, yet I also love tiling too much to not have it, so I'm stuck with tiling extension. Fair. As long as it's stable. They hold an oligopoly on hat named Linux distros. OP is ridiculous. Yeah. I just want to use Fedora Core at work, but DigitalOcean will let me run IPv6 on custom images. Heartbreaking. Wait, Rel is downstream of Fedora? Oh, these days it's the other way around. Huh. That's interesting. Fedora is Red Hat's open source version of CentOS. Now I'm just confused. I don't know that much about CentOS though, to be fair. Okay. Vertex binding describes at which rate to load data from memory throughout the vertices. Sure. It specifies the number of bytes between data entries and whether to move to the next data entry after each vertex or after each instance. All of our per vertex data is packed together in one array, so we're only going to have one binding. The binding parameter specifies the index of the binding in the array of bindings. The stride parameter specifies the number of bytes from one entry to the next, and the input rate parameter can have one of the following values. Vertex moves to the next data entry after each vertex, or instance moves to the next data entry after each instance. Okay. Exact same position color as before, no combined array vertices, interleaving vertex attribute. Oh yeah, that's fine. No worries. I should probably define that somewhere. Yeah. I know I have Yeah, I've got this horrible, awful piece of shit over here. Don't mind this. Ooh, though that said... So... This is gonna be interesting. Thank you for the follow, Lucas. Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know, can I just do this? Oh, also wait, no, that's just straight up not gonna work in general. Yeah, no, this whole VBO thing. Yeah, no, this doesn't even make sense. Well, okay. We'll do verts. We'll do indices. We're gonna have a lot of errors here. That's okay. Live, laugh, fail to compile. You know the deal. Yeah, we're gonna can this. I'm gonna can this as well. Well, actually, no, that might still be useful. I'll keep that. Oh yeah, that's supposed to be for a box. Yeah, tell you what, I will scrap this. I'll build that later. I don't think I can do this. Okay, hold on. I have errors out the ass I gotta fix. Okay, and that's gonna be horribly unhappy because it doesn't like that anymore. That's gonna have to be this. Uh-huh. Oh god, yeah, honestly, I'm disabling that code for now because that's just not a problem I want to deal with right now. Let me fix software renderer because that's definitely going to cause some problems too. That's fine. Right, I probably want to... Actually, no. This should... I said vector. That's vertex. That's why that didn't work. Oh yeah, that's not gonna work, is it? Okay. So for each of these... I mean, like, a mem copy would be pretty easy. From... Yeah, so destination, we do that. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's into destination. So we want that. And this. And the size of... I guess size of vertex? Right, this has to be a pointer. And... Wait. I guess it is a struct. Yeah. Sure. That's probably fine. Right? You know what? I'm thinking I should just have this. And we just kind of go buck wild here and go like, yep, copy the whole fucking array. Who cares? Mem copy that shit. Let's go. VAO is fine as it is, thankfully. Slate vertex shader. Oh Christ. Yeah, that whole deal. I said vector again. It's vertex. Yes, we have our vertex. And well, yeah, hold on, actually, yeah. That's not the responsibility of this. That would be okay, hold on. Vertex equals renderer VBO index. And here, we want to provide a vec3 position, which will be equal to vertex pause. Array initializer must be. Oh, right, my bad. Okay. Vertex pause x. Sorry? Oh, because it's a vec3. Right, of course. So I guess 0. And then vertex position 1. And we just do it again and make this one 2. So yeah, now we should just get position. That seems fine. So as fuck over into those graphics, y'all might go, alright, have a good one. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. Ooh, sorry, I only just saw that. Opinion on AI coding. Not a fan. Not my thing. And certainly wouldn't be using it for a project like this. Because I'm doing this for fun and learning, and I would not have fun, and I most certainly wouldn't learn if I used AI to do this. What is this supposed to be? Oh, this is in main. Oh, because we're removing the verts. I'm deleting that, to be honest. That's kind of silly. We'll sort out a proper solution for that another time, I think, when I've actually got like a stable thing that I can move around. Make my life a bit easier. Why do I have locale here? Expected expression. Right, yeah, verts. I have no idea if I'm actually able to do this. Yeah, that's just like an array of verts. Tell you what, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be right back, and we will do some more work on this. Need to stretch my legs anyways. Yeah, be right back. I don't know why some of y'all guys are saying like hour 7 into the stream. What do you mean? My timer says like 6 hours. Not even. We're coming up to it though. Right. Back to business. May, you're threatening your moderator privileges right there. I just gotta say. I just didn't check. Right. So, what to do about verts? I mean, it's a standard vector. It's probably heap allocated anyways, but that doesn't change that, like, the ergonomics of actually writing this stuff is probably going to be kind of fucking miserable. How does uploading this stuff go? Have our binding descriptions. Okay, that's just for vertex input state create info. Okay, and then we have a vertex buffer. I think we'll figure this out in due time, how that actually works. I just got to figure out what's like the least shit way to allocate these. Yeah, by inverts. We are going to have just 3 for now. Keep it nice and simple. Yeah, well, we can't just reallocate it, so we are gonna have to do like, I don't know, does it let us do this? Expected expression. I was worried you'd say that. Ugh. Can I do this maybe? If I ask really nicely. Yeah. Yeah, this is what I feared. The ergonomics of just defining these like that are kind of awful. What would probably be easier, to be honest, is to do like... It's like we do vertex, vertices, like a pointer. Or... Yeah, we could just say it's 3 here. That's fine. And then we go in here and we define them in these little blocks. So our position first, that's going to be 0.0f minus 0.5f and 0.0f. And then color values of... yeah, just right gradient blue, cycling. That's fine. 1.0f, 0.0f, 1.0f. And I could just do that a couple more times. In this case, that's gonna drop the minus here. This is gonna have a minus though. And these are both going to be F, right? Or sorry, 5. These are both going to be 5. Cool. We can do this. Oops. Did not mean to go there. These are the wrong number entirely.
It's time to drink water.
Oh my goodness! I only just pissed,
It's time
bro!
to drink water.
Alright, yeah, you know the deal. It's time to drink water. If you have water with you, you should drink it. And if you don't have water, you should go get some, because water's good for you. Now, something I'm actually unsure about is if this is going to return 3. I actually don't know, and I'm a little concerned about that. We're going to play it by ear, though. I think what I might do is we'll do... yeah, slate log and verts, and we'll just have that. And if it's more than 3, we know it's reporting bytes and not the actual number of elements. And if it returns less than 3, something has gone really horribly wrong. Oh, I just realized. Every instance of malloc in here. Okay, there's only one malloc. Well, that's nice. Cool. Yeah, I want to use STL malloc. I should really peep every other usage of malloc in here. There we are. Same goes for free. We're going to use that one instead. Here, same deal. Thankfully, I've kept my mallocs, like, pretty slim. There really aren't that many. Yeah, I know we're doing stuff with free there. Cool, that's all good. Yeah, cool, so we're checking that. we're going to do SDL mem copy over here. Destination is going to be verts. Source is going to be vertices. And the length is going to be size of vertex multiplied by n verts. What I'll probably actually do here is I'll just assert here. Kind of lazy, but and vert should be 3 here. It should not be anything else. Let's kill my PC with this compile, I think. Oops. Include a header. Standardlib.h is not used directly. It is not. I don't know why it's there. Oh, right, because of the mallocs and freeze and whatever. Yeah, it's probably fine. Okay, cool. We have our new vertices. Hopefully that's good. The next step is to tell Vulkan how to pass this data format to the vertex shader once it's been uploaded into GPU memory. There are 2 types of structures needed to convey this information. The first structure is the vertex input binding description. Right, yeah, we did that before. That's fine. It's fine. I forced you started and now I'm going to run the compilation again. Smiley. Second structure that describes how to handle vertex input is a vertex input attribute description. Okay, so input binding and then attribute. Oh, right. Yes. Okay, that's the actual, like, interesting part. But even then, that's going to be common. That's just going to be in math.c. Vertex input attribute description. Binding attributes. Same there. I'm going to drop these. Description dot formats. Okay. Ooh. It returns an array. Fuck. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, this ought to be interesting. We're gonna do uint32t. N attributes. That's correct, right? This is weird, the way that this is done. Well, hold on, actually. The function cannot return array type. Okay, it just straight up can't happen. That's fine. This makes my life slightly more annoying, but I can make it work. Yeah, so we'll have number of attributes, and then VK vertex input attribute description. So we'll do like if. Yeah, we'll do this. N attributes equals 2, and if description is equal to null, then we will simply return right then and there. Don't need to be fucking with that. But if it is not null, then we need to start actually populating this thing. So description 0 dot formats or not location Location is going to be equal. Always get this wrong. To 0. Binding, also 0. Formats is going to be VK formats are R32, G32, B32, S floats, I think is what I want. Yep. And the last parameter, last field, offsets. And that is going to be, yeah, sure. I suppose as long as it's known to compile time, right? Offsets of vertex and pause. Great. Then over here, place these all with 1. Location is 1. This is just color. Oh, I guess it's just call or whatever. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, Julia! You made it! They glued me up. I don't think they should be putting glue there, but I'm glad you're okay. That's wonderful. I'm happy to hear that. Did I get a gift sub during this stream? What? Let's check my email. I did. I got a gift sub to a random VTuber. Well, if they're still live while I'm wrapping up, I might raid them. Who knows? Could be fun. Depends what they're up to, I suppose. As the function prototype indicates, there are going to be 2 of these structures, an attribute description yeah, okay. I think I understand how this works. I've had to do attribute binding, or yeah, input binding and attribute descriptions before. I mean, the input binding one, like, this is pretty simple. This is straightforward. I imagine this is probably more advanced if you have like a super weird configuration, but this is standard. The actual attribute description is like, okay, for each vertex, here's like the exact description of like how this is actually laid out, and then that can be passed through the API and then the driver and then to the GPU to actually process. That's how that's supposed to work anyways. Cool, okay. I don't know how that just happened. Formats, yeah, yep, I get how that all works. Pipeline vertex inputs. Okay. We are going to want to abstract this. I already know. I am thinking Slate's right. For now, we're going to do Slate's VK upload vertices. We'll do VK upload VBO actually. And we will do our verts. Well, hold on. I think convention is like you do the number first and then you do the actual array. So we'll do that. And that doesn't exist yet, and that's okay because we're gonna define it. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna define it so it knows what the hell we're talking about. Because we're not crazy. You know, I'm really thinking with the size of this file, I need to actually maybe split some of this stuff off. It's a lot going on in here, I think. Whatever. Recreate swap chain, VK destroy. Oh, no, I want to go up here, actually. Well, it's kind of like a runtime thing, so I will do this. Slate VK upload VBO, I guess. Oh, yeah, I probably would need a pointer to actually refer to slates. UN32T And that's gonna be a pointer. Wait, no, we're telling it how many we're gonna have. Inverts and vertex verts. Pretty straightforward. And we're gonna go right down here and just have that in there. And there we go. You would not regret one Vulkan file. It's totally not a pain in the ass to navigate. It's medical glue. Glue puppy. Yeah, A&E in the UK. Ah, bit of Pritt stick'll fix you right up in us. Yeah, of course. Of course. Okay. So, this ought to be fun. Right, we need the binding description, of course. Well, do we? Because the vertex is a known type. Nah, we're gonna keep it. We're gonna keep the definitions for that nearby, the actual vertices themselves. So glad the Irish accent subtext got conveyed in that message. Ah, bit of Pritt stick'll fix yous right up. Ah, sure. Ah, surely be grand. Sure, till we grand, you got a bit of Pritt stick on ya. We'll keep that hand nice and stable. Okay. I don't like that auto type. VK vertex input binding description. That's going to be Slate VK vertex. Yeah, get vertex binding description. And I'm guessing I neglected to actually take this function here and put it over here. Yep. How am I supposed to know about this type if it's not been exposed yet? Or this function? Not binding description though. Attribute description. Oh yeah, this doesn't do a return. Uh-huh. Start with n attributes. We'll then pass null. We are going to have dk vertex input attribute description, array size of n attributes, and we will just zero initialize that for the sake of being tidy. Oh, it hates that. Oh, right. Attribute description. Well, hold on. Yeah. It's plural. Yeah. Variable sized object may not be initialized. Your mother. That's fine. Because we're gonna like assign everything anyways. Cool. And then we just pass that in. Good. We have all the data. VK pipeline vertex inputs take rate info. Fuck me. VK pipeline hey, look at that. We have a create info. This, thankfully, we can actually zero initialize. That's good. Damn, Ari, what did my mother ever do to you? I wasn't talking to you. I know nothing about your mother. Oh my god, every time I cycle through every possible... It's not even that hard. Like, where it is, it's bound to, like, the equals key. I mean, I always flitter about a bunch of different keys and then don't land on the correct one. it's, if I look at the keyboard, it's lower macro, E. E for equals. It could not be more obvious. Crazy that I keep getting that wrong. Let's take create info. There we go. Subathon goal where Ari does the rest of the streams with Irish accents. I'd be so cooked. That's horrible. Puppy on the bus. Yay! She's coming back home. I'm so excited. Vertex bind description count is going to be 1. I know you put 0. Would have been awkward. I feel like the music is too loud. Maybe I'm just quieter. It is kind of late at this point. Okay. Vertex attribute description count and attributes. Forgot to actually bind p vertex binding descriptions. You want a pointer. That's very understandable. Beautiful. How long do these Vulkan define files get? Lengthy. As much as I like C, it takes a lot of writing to get this kind of stuff out there. At least in a way that's like done properly. It's not ideal, but it is what it is. Right. Apply plugin is now ready to accept vertex data in the format of the vertices container and pass it onto our vertex shader. The next step is to create a vertex buffer and move the vertex data to it so the GPU is able to access it. Yeah, so we have our vertex input info. Yeah, that's fine. Vertex buffer creation. Buffers in Vulkan are regions of memory used for storing arbitrary data that can be read by the graphics card. They can be used to store vertex data, which we'll do in this chapter, but they can also be used for many other purposes that we'll explore in future chapters. Oh my god. Unlike the Vulkan objects we've been dealing with so far, buffers do not automatically allocate memory for themselves. The work from the previous chapters has shown that the Vulkan API puts the programmer in control of almost everything, and memory management is one of those things. Cool, so we have create vertex buffer. Is it? VK create vertex buffer. We might as well, like, rather than saying VBO if it's not actually a VBO. Create vertex buffer. Ooh, we've hit that point in the stream where I'm yawning. Okay. Create a new function, create vertex buffer, and call it from init Vulkan. Right before create command buffers. Oh. Uh-oh. We have to know the number of vertices at the time that this is created? Okay, it is right before create command buffers, so like that actually could be worse. That could be much worse. That does complicate this slightly. Okay. Record command buffer. Create command pool. Ah, it's in between the pool and the buffers. If I ever get a DDR hard patch by FNF with my feet, me from like 6 years ago would be decently happy. Yeah, no, this is gonna just be interesting. I'm not 1,000,000% sure how this is gonna go. Because, like, we don't have that information now. And we can't just call this here. This has to be, like, even earlier in setup. I think what I'm gonna have to do is pop open slate.h and reintroduce something that I originally got rid of. Because I wanted it gone, but whatever, I guess. UN32T and verts. I'm also just using UN32T out of habit at this point. It probably should be size T, but that's just not what I'm doing today, I guess. Oh my god. Okay, let's do... Hello? Slate? Okay. Had to think about it there for a bit, but... Oh, fuck, wait. Oh, shit. Okay. Fuck, dude. Way to make my life more difficult. There has to be a way to upload these fucking vertices at a different time. There is no way you can only do that at initialization. That's really bad. Well, hold on, actually. Let's not be too hasty. I think we can still get away with doing this. Let's do this. Let's reintroduce this, believe it or not. So this is going to actually be the abstracted version. And that's going to be the internal version. And what I think we do is... Yeah. Creating sync objects doesn't need to know about my command buffers yet. So we're going to take that out. And whereabouts is a good spot for this? Let's see. Recreate swap chain, VK inits, create sync objects. Where the hell is the thing? Oh, right, because I moved it up here, right? Why are you so unhappy with this? Oh, undeclared function. Right. Ah, right. Yeah, okay. Sorry. This goes here. My bad. And then it's kind of around here. We have slate error, slate vk upload vbo, where we've got this whole function signature going on. And now go here. We can now do funky stuff like slate vk create vertex buffer. Okay. Yeah, so what I think we do is that we create the vertex buffer, and this has the side effect of creating the command buffer as well. Should probably have a check if there are command buffers. Just hold on. Where else does it get called? We only really do this in one other place, and I presume... this might be okay for now. I might regret this later, but we'll find out. Girlfriend's yawns are cute. You would say this. Creating a buffer requires us to fill a buffer creates info structure. Oh, of course it does. Why wouldn't it? And that's over here. VK buffer creates info. Buffer creates info. We want buffer create info's S type to be VK structure type buffer balls. Buffer copy? The fuck? Structure type buffer create info. It does fucking exist. It's right here. Don't piss me off, pal. I know you have it. Yeah, no. LSP just fucking decides it's gonna troll me. Gaslight the shit out of me. Okay, size. First off, that's going to be... I guess, yeah, size of... Ooh. Yeah, that is information that we need. Even 32T and verts. And I'm assuming we're going to want vertex verts. Size vertex by n verts. Usage. Buffer usage flag bits. Okay. Which one is this? Vertex buffer bits. Sharing mode. Exclusive. There we go. Sure, that's all fine. So we have our buffer create info. Vertex buffer. Ah, that is probably something that we should have in Slate State. Well, it's a Vulkan vertex buffer. This is a VK buffer, right? Yeah. Vertex buffer. That's fine. Yeah, that's all good. VK create buffer is going to be slates. VK device. We have our buffer creates info. I don't know what what these vertex bits are about. I guess it's when we're uploading. It's when we actually need these. We'll just stuff those down here for now. Probably fine. No fancy allocator. And we need a location for this. That's going to be slates VK vertex buffer. And you need to be a pointer. And you need to be a pointer. I had a feeling. Cool. We are going to get a VK result. I'm like almost certain.
It's time to drink water.
Buffer
It's
creation
time
is
to
something that
drink
can
water.
totally fail. And yes, it is time to drink water, of course. You know the deal. If you have water with you, you should drink it. And if you don't have water, you should go get some, because water's good for you. Good ass water. Feel a little bit more awake. Fantastic. I can keep going. If VK results is not VK success, then we will do our usual error handling that we would before. As always, I do not know where the fuck I just went. Where am I? I've gone somewhere. Great vertex buffer. Okay, no, I'm back where I want to be. This is good. Build create Vulkan vertex buffer and just whatever that is. That's fine. Alright, why don't I have a dog bed? It's homophobic. We will get you a dog bed, Julia. Don't you worry. What's really funny is I was saying that and I was like this fucking close to saying like our family dog's name. Oopsies. Okay. Buffer should be available for use in rendering commands until the end of the program, and it does not depend on the swap chain. Good. The buffer has been created, but it doesn't have any memory assigned to it. Also, yeah, wait, though, this makes sense that this would not be dependent on the swap chain. They are two very separate things. Yeah, buffer's been created, but it doesn't have memory assigned to it yet. What? The first step of allocating memory for the buffer is to query its memory requirements using the aptly named getMemoryRequirements function. Okay. Okay. Not getting much here. The tensor? That doesn't seem right. VK buffer gets memory. Ah, shit. Okay. VK get buffer memory requirements. Okay, gotcha. That's it. And our buffer is going to be Slate VK buffer, vertex buffer. And we do not currently have a thing for this, but it's going to be memory requirements. VK buffer memory requirements info 2. The fuck? VK memory requirements. Yeah, I don't get this. LSP is not my friend today, I guess. Cool. That's all good. Okay, and that will give us size, alignment, and memory type bits. Bit fields of the memory types that are suitable for the buffer. Sure, pal. Take your word for it. Can this fail? No, thankfully. Graphics cards can offer different types of memory to allocate from. Each type of memory varies in terms of allowed operations and performance characteristics. We need to combine the requirements of the buffer and our own application requirements to find the right type of memory to use. Let's create a new function, find memory type, for this purpose. Oh, fuck. We'll do that. uint 32t type filter vk memory property flags. Properties. Make that proper return. Okay, so we're gonna get that from somewhere, I presume. First, we need to query info about the available types of memory using physical device get memory properties. Okay. VK get physical device service properties. That is a function. Fucking IntelliSense, man. VK physical device and okay, well, I guess I have to pass this through. Oh wait, what was the physical device memory properties? Okay. Okay. Any of our properties there. You are unhappy. I don't really know why just yet. I'm excited to find out. Oh, yeah, you're currently big mad with me because I haven't done this yet. That's all fine and well. What is your problem? You are a valid type. Redefinition. Ah, right. Okay, sure. Yeah, memory properties. There we go. Also cannot fail. Fantastic. That works for me. I think it's time for bot to recharge. Yeah, I should probably cap it off very soon. We're not quite there yet. I was really hoping to be able to do a hell of a lot more, but Vulkan takes time, especially first time around, you know? And also there's some good chatting and whatever. I was referring to me, but yeah, that too. No, that's what I meant, yeah. I was saying, yeah, me too for myself. Let's find a memory type that is suitable for the buffer itself. Oh, I should read the above paragraph. Physical device, memory properties, structure has two arrays, memory types and memory heaps. Memory heaps are distinct memory resources like dedicated VRAM and swap space in RAM for when VRAM runs out. The different types of memory exist within these heaps. Right now, we'll only concern ourselves with the type of memory and not the heap it comes from, but you can imagine this can affect performance. Cool. Filtering against one? I'll check why. I'll check why that is in moments. UN32T index equals 0. Me big yawn. I'll be heading to bed soon too. Yeah, maybe perchance we all wrap up in a moment. That might not be the worst idea. Memory type count. Index. That's not what I meant at all. Okay, but you've decided you're gonna go and do that now. That's great. Index plus plus. If type filter. Wait, where the hell does that variable come from? Type filter is referenced somewhere else, dude. What do you mean? Okay. Whatever, dude. If type filter has that, I guess. Wait, what? Fuck. But we just walked a hill that is like 22 flights of stairs. Oh, I'm so sorry, Julia. Oh my goodness. Type filter parameter will be used to specify the bit field of memory types that are suitable. We're at the point in the night when I'm struggling to understand what I just read. Used to specify the bit field of memory types that are suitable. That means that we can find the index of suitable memory type by simply iterating over them and checking if the corresponding bit is set to 1. Yeah. Oh, find memory type has type filter. Okay, I understand. Wait, but then we just return that? UN32T find memory type. Okay. So if that is the case, we return index. Sure. Cool. And if that fails, I guess we... Do -1 here. And we'll do the error message after that, I think. Oh my goodness. Okay. However, we're not just interested in a memory type that is suitable for the vertex buffer. We also need to be able to write out our vertex data to that memory. The memory types array consists of VK memory type structs that specify the heap and properties of each memory type. The properties define special features of the memory, like being able to map it so we can write to it from the CPU. This property is indicated with memory property flag bits eHost visible, but we also need to use a memory flag host coherent property. We'll see why when we map the memory. Cool. Can I modify the loops? Also check for support of this property. Sure. Oh yeah, because I guess we provide the properties, right? Okay. Memory properties, it's index dots. Memory properties dots memory types. Index dots property flags. Cleanly ends with properties. Specifically, checking if that's then equals properties. I do not like how large this if statement is, so I'm just gonna do that real quick. Oh yeah, my body is telling me to can it. We may have more than one desirable property, so we should check if the result of the bitwise AND is not just non-zero, but equal to the desired property's bit field. If there's a memory type suitable for the buffer that also has all the properties we need, then we return its index, otherwise we throw an exception. Or because we're in C, and exceptions don't exist, we go to, well, I guess we don't really use find memory type just yet, but sure. You're in 32T memory, no, index. I know exactly what we want this to be just yet. Oh, well, yeah, I guess it should be just this, right? Pass in Slate. We do not have a type filter right now. And we don't have properties. Okay, I think this is just premature. We're just gonna get rid of that, actually. My body's telling me to kind of keep going. Okay, how much further down this page? Yeah, I'll be real. That's exciting with the triangle, but wallahi, I'm cooked right now, I think. I am very sleepy, and I'm not gonna learn a lot with this energy in me right now. Tell you what, I'm debating, do I do another stream tomorrow, impromptu? Just because I'm excited, you know? Do we do that? Who's down for another one tomorrow? Because if not, I'll work solo. That's like fine, but you know. Up to y'all. Cool. At the very least, that's compilation errors sorted. Yeah, we'll come back to the rest of this another time. Right. Unfortunately, cannot show fancy triangle. Well, what I can do... wow, okay, yeah, that's a lot of changes. Git switch C dev. And we're just gonna add all of this. And git stats again, just to make sure. Cool. Incomplete work on vertex buffers. Wait. Vulkan vertex buffers. Sweet. So now I can just git switch back to main. Sorry, you can't really see things I'm typing there, but there you go. And now, look, I at least still get this triangle. This is old triangle. That is hard-coded into my shaders, but it works, and it's rendered on my GPU. So that's cool. Yeah, I'm delighted. This is very cool beans. I'm excited about this. Right. Yeah, on that note, on that beautiful, blissful note, it's time we end off for tonight, because I'm fried. I'll hopefully remember where I was. Yeah, vertex buffer creation, memory requirements stuff. Yeah, that's probably fine. Right. As per routine, I know we're all tired. I should at least try and shoot for a raid in case anyone who is hanging about feels like sticking around for that. Probably don't get anything on the schedule by stream times. Yeah, that's fair. Let's see if that fellow I got a random gift sub to is streaming. For a laugh. Let's see. They are streaming. They are streaming Water Park Simulator. Oh, this is a VTuber debut. That's interesting. How do we feel about that? Hop in on a debut for a streamer that we do not know? Just because I got a random gift sub? I have other options. What are these other options? Let's quickly have a gander. Aw, Jish is streaming. I gotta at least say hi to Jish. Yeah, fuck, we're gonna say hi to Jish. Yeah, it's gonna be good. Alright, we're gonna raid Jish. Everyone watching tonight, thank you so much for stopping by on this very long dev stream. I hope you are enjoying it as much as I am. As tired as I am still very much enjoying it. And I hope you've had a lovely... hope you had a lovely... I always do this. I hope you have a lovely rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, wherever it is you hail from. That is all from me for now. Have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye! Where's my scene? There it is. Bye!